nationale.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Now, news report, let the doors be open. Merci beaucoup. Alors, déclaration des députés, statements by members. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the SNC-Lavalin affair is jeopardizing thousands of jobs. Trans Mountain has cost billions to taxpayers, and the shipyard strategy has caused 1,000 jobs lost at the Davie shipyard. And not to forget the most spectacular federal fiasco, Muskrat Falls. Ottawa loaned $8 billion of public money, that's our money, Quebecers' money, to Newfoundland to build a dam that would compete with Hydro-Quebec. $8 billion for a dam that will work at a loss in a province going bankrupt that will never be paid back. It's Quebecers paying for this. And this is going to harm Quebec. That's what it is when we are represented by people who do not represent our interests. We want people working for Quebec, not against Quebec. And what Quebec wants, the Bloc wants.
Member for Don Valley North.
Mr. Speaker, last night marked the official end of the two-week Spring Festival 2019, which was celebrated in Canada and around the world. Ever since I was a child, the annual Spring Festival has remained one of my favorite holidays. I will always remember the fireworks, food, red pockets, and the family gatherings that accompanied the celebrations. For the last 2 weeks, we have enjoyed spending time with our families and friends while remembering the contributions made by our ancestors. Canada's strength comes from the richness of our cultures and the diversity of our people. So as we celebrate the Year of the Pig in 2019, we must all do our part to keep improving this country that we love. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I want to recognize two individuals who have been important members of our community for years and who have recently celebrated significant birthdays. Albert McConnell of Kilsyth, who just turned 90, moved to Kilsyth in 1942 with his parents and 6 siblings when he was just 16 years old. Ab immediately bought his first registered Hereford cows and a few years later expanded into sheep farming. Ab continued to farm beef cattle with his 3 sons for over 70 years until he retired in 2015. John Garvey of Owen Sound just celebrated his 95th birthday. John refereed hockey and broomball for over 50 years, retiring at age 80. But John continued to umpire baseball for over 70 years, retiring at age 90. He still golfs 3 to 4 times a week, recording scores a 40-year-old would be proud to achieve. Mr. Speaker, please join me in celebrating Albert and John, 2 remarkable men from my riding.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to highlight the courage and contribution of an exceptional woman, Sylvie Boyer from Saint-Rémy. A mother, dairy producer, and devoted volunteer, Sylvie, bit by bit, saw her commitment to physical and mental health bear fruit. In 2014, after both her children suffered head injuries, Sylvie took on as her mission to improve the well-being of people with head injuries and disabilities. And she worked on the establishment of the very first multifunctional dedicated complex. This initiative was called Vent d'Espoir, and it constantly receives new sources of support. The project is going well, and one centre is already operational. But recently, Sylvie and her team received an extra helping hand, $50,000, for winning the Vive les Régions competition from Pioneer. Congratulations to Vent d'Espoir, and we hope to continue hearing good news. Thank you.
The Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the International Year of Indigenous Languages. Across Canada, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people speak their languages with pride and honor. In my riding of Dason at the Mississippi Churchill River, many communities speak only in Cree, Dene, Michif, or Michif Cree. Guided by our elders, we are encouraged to speak our languages. With our youth in mind, we work hard to make sure that our languages will be spoken for generations to come. I'm proud of the work being done for our languages to thrive again. Just last night, I had the honor to meet Elder Marcia Ireland, who taught the Heritage Committee about the Indigenous sign languages and how important but forgotten they are. It's clear to me that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people are doing the work to have our languages prosper. I call on all members of this House to do their part to help the Indigenous people in their communities educate others about their language. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brome-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, February 1st, I participated in the launch of the MADA policy, the Age-Friendly Cities policy, at the Georges Perron Bedford Centre. The goal of this action plan is to improve the quality of services provided to seniors in 8 municipalities in my riding: Bedford, Notre-Dame-de-Stanbridge, Pike River, Saint-Armand, Saint-Ignace-de-Stanbridge, Stanbridge East, Stanbridge Station, and the City of Bedford. The success of a project like this one depends on the involvement of people from the area. And during the launch, I met Lucie Hébert and Lucie Lacroix, who care deeply about the well-being of our seniors. I also traveled throughout my riding and had an opportunity to meet extraordinary people who are working on the well-being of seniors. Congratulations on your involvement, and congratulations for contributing to the life of Brome-Missisquoi.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes a tragedy can give way to a glimmer of hope. Last July, 43-year-old Darren Moore was tragically killed by a drug-impaired driver. He left behind his wonderful family, his wife Pam, and their 3 children, Daphne, Clayton, and Jasper. He was dedicated to his family, and this was so clear in his dedication to rare diseases. His son Jasper is living with MPS 6, and this drove Darren to volunteer with the Isaac Foundation, which provides support and hope for families living with this disease. To honor Darren, the community came together in Palmerston on Monday's Family Day to host Darren's Day. Events included a snow pitch tournament, games of shinny, plunger toss, and an intense fire truck pulling competition between the Minto Fire Department and the Wellington County OPP. All the funds raised will benefit local community projects, including those with Minto Minor Sports and Crime Stoppers Guelph Wellington. Mr. Speaker, let Darren's commitment to his family and our community be an example for us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to welcome to the Hill today representatives of the National Association of Federal Retirees. They represent more than 176,000 federal public servants, Canadian Armed Forces, RCMP, and federally appointed judges.
Every member of Parliament knows that the call to public service is a powerful one. We know what it is to feel proud when we contribute to the vitality and strength of our communities, and all those ways that we can contribute. The Canadian Public Service is renowned internationally for its expertise, its professionalism, and its excellence.
Voices campaign, the Association is here today to highlight the priorities of seniors, and I look forward to hearing from them. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the work of our public servants and thank them for all that they do. Merci.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to highlight the exceptional contribution of Mr. Noel Audet to the well-being of all Canadians. One of Mr. Audet's preferred activities is giving blood. He is a resident of Bourassa, and he first gave blood to Héma-Québec in 1969. Today, he is doing it for the 320th time. Every donation of blood can save 4 lives, and therefore Monsieur Audet has made a difference in the lives of 1,280 individuals. This is a precious contribution because we know that 1,000 contributions of blood are collected every day to meet the needs of hospitals in Quebec. The Prime Minister of Canada congratulated him on his extraordinary contribution, and I am very pleased to give the medal to Noel Audet from Bourassa. Congratulations.
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, life is becoming more unaffordable for Canadians under this Liberal government. In Edmonton Centre, a Liberal-held riding, people are finding it harder to get by. Data released earlier this month by Statistics Canada showed that unemployment is still above pre-recession levels in Edmonton. People in Edmonton and across the country are also finding it harder to buy homes due to higher interest rates and more stringent regulation. As people in Glenora, Westmount, Inglewood, Laurier Heights see their disposable income drop, this government's adding more taxes and introducing legislation like Bill C-69. If this bill comes into effect, the unemployment rate in Edmonton Centre will increase. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister and his team will raise taxes and will make life more expensive for Canadians. We can't afford another 4 years of these disastrous policies. The people from Edmonton Centre haven't been heard by their Member of Parliament or this government, and under a Conservative government, Edmonton Centre residents will be heard.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
I rise today to pay tribute to the memory of Ria Rajkumar, who lost her life in Brampton last week on Valentine's Day in a senseless act of violence. As a mother of 3, I cannot imagine the horror of losing a child. My heart goes out to Ria's family and loved ones. I want to thank Brampton City Council for organizing a vigil in Brampton South last night. Hundreds of community members attended to pay their respects and remember Ria. Mr. Speaker, it was because of our very professional Peel Region Police and broadcasted an Amber Alert that police were able to make a fast arrest. When it comes to protecting our children, it is never inconvenient. And Mr. Speaker, thank you to the Neighbourhood Watch community program for raising the money needed for Ria's funeral, which happened earlier today. I know all members of this House are keeping Ria and her family in their thoughts and her prayers. Rest in peace, little Ria Rajkumar.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 30th anniversary of the Laurentides and Pays d'en Haut Medical Foundation. Our foundation serves 32 municipalities, several institutions, and has invested more than $9.5 million in medical equipment and nearby health services. The success of an organization depends on its people, and I'd like to highlight the commitment of its founding members and current and past presidents.
Forge, Raymond Douillard, Pierre Forget, Marie-Pierre Fournier, Peter Hamé, Lise Etu, Laurent Tremblay, Lise Forget-Terrien, Feu Marc Desjardins, Michel Frenette, Justin Rassette, Nancy Wilson et Michel Rochon, ainsi que toutes
as well as all those who gave of themselves over the years to form such a fantastic family of volunteers in the community. These people make us proud because they show that together we can go far. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Here's this Prime Minister's list of mistakes grows. His 2019 carbon tax is just the beginning of what he wants Canadians to pay. With winter upon us, the Prime Minister's carbon tax means hundreds more for home heating and 11 cents a litre more in every gas tank to drive to work, to take the kids to hockey, or to buy groceries. That's no mistake. The Prime Minister intends to make Canadians pay more. When asked about the soaring cost of gas in Vancouver, the Prime Minister admitted that's what we're trying to achieve. Well, it's only the beginning. For it to do what he wants it to do, the Prime Minister's carbon tax will become prohibitively expensive, and Canadians, half of whom say they aren't getting by each month, will pay at every turn. Right. Canadians should not be punished for a warm home in winter or driving to work, nor should they just get by. In October, Canadians can stop paying for Liberal failures and choose Conservative leadership to get ahead.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, every February we celebrate Black History Month by acknowledging the contributions that Canadians of African and Caribbean descent have made to Canada. I recently participated in a Black History Month event at the Meadowville East Apostolic Church, where Pastor Melvin McGann and his congregation opened their doors to the Scarborough community. We celebrated individuals like Viola Desmond, a prominent Black woman whose bravery and courage changed the course of Canadian history by refusing to leave a whites-only area of a movie theatre. I am proud that Desmond is featured on the new $10 bill. One of the speakers was Ida Saidu, owner of the A Different Booklist bookstore. Noting this is Canada's first vertical bill, Saidu said, "This was important because we have got to stand up." Mr. Speaker, let us all stand up and recognize the contributions of Canadians of African and Caribbean descent this month and every month. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to pay tribute to a great Montrealer who died on February 1st at the age of 84, Ms. Lucia Kowalik. Social worker, committed citizen of the Milton Park neighbourhood, a pacifist, an environmentalist, and a feminist, Lucia worked for decades for people in need and social housing. She helped found Montreal's Urban Ecology Centre, a day centre for the homeless, and she advocated for turning the former Hôtel Dieu Hospital into social housing and community centres. In 2014, she received the Order of Canada, and she was named Knight of the Ordre National du Québec. In her memory, let us continue to support Saint-Urbain's community project so that the Hôtel Dieu Hospital can become a healthy, inclusive, and green space for all Montrealers.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Prime Minister continues to fail, and Canadians are paying for it. In a recent survey, half of Canadians admit they're having trouble making their household budget stretch to the end of each month. No wonder. Under this Prime Minister, 2018 finished with worker unemployment and participation rates down, wages flat, and household debt climbing. Amid talk of a looming recession, and as layoffs and plant closures are announced in our energy and auto sectors, it's clear that this Prime Minister has turned his back on workers. Worse, the only thing going up for Canadians this year is taxes. This Prime Minister, who doesn't worry about money, is happy to let Canadians pay for his mistakes. Payroll taxes are up. The Prime Minister's carbon tax is driving up the cost of fuel and home heating, and Liberal taxes will go even higher if given the chance again. Canadians will have a choice this year. They can stop paying for Liberal mistakes and choose Conservative leadership to get ahead. Thank
you. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we have the good fortune to have two of the greatest Canadian athletes in Canada. Welcome. Today, they are here as ambassadors and partners of the Canadian Olympic team.
Decorated male figure skater in Canadian history, a three-time world and 10-time national champion. He won gold in the team event at the 2018 Pyeongchang Olympics. Camille Bérubé,
Camille Bérubé is from Gatineau, and she was one of the Pan American Olympic stars, and she won a silver medal and 2 bronze in the para-swimming team. In 2016, she was amongst the 10 best.
Merci Camille for inspiring Canadians everywhere.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we learned this morning in La Presse that the Director of Public Prosecutions told SNC-Lavalin on September 4th that there would be no remediation agreement. The Prime Minister met with the former Justice Minister 2 weeks later to discuss this file. Who asked for this meeting? The Prime Minister. We assume our responsibilities at all times. We defend jobs in Canada, and we're continuing to make sure that all Canadians have access to the best possible jobs. That's what we've always done, by making sure that our justice system has integrity and by respecting all standards that are in place. We want to deliver for Canadians while respecting our institutions. That's what we have always done. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Wasn't the question. The question was who asked for the meeting between the Prime Minister and the former Attorney General. Now, we know that that meeting took place on September 17th. The Director of Public Prosecutions ruled on September 4th that SNC-Lavalin would not be entitled to a special deal. So once again, who asked for the meeting? Was it the Prime Minister or the former Attorney General?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For the work that both the Ethics Commissioner and the Justice Committee of Parliamentarians will be doing on this matter. But I can assure all Canadians that unlike the Leader of the Opposition, we will always stand up for good jobs right across this country every step of the way while making sure we respect the independence of our judicial system.
Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is certainly not acting like someone who is innocent of these serious allegations. Now, once again, on September 17th, he has admitted that he had a meeting with the former Attorney General. Canada's top prosecutor had already decided with her independent analysis that SNC-Lavalin was not entitled to a special deal. So once again, who asked for the meeting? There are only two options. It was either the Prime Minister or the former Attorney General. Which was it?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
I will not be apologetic for standing up consistently for good Canadian jobs and for standing up for the independence of our judicial system and the important processes in place. Of course, Mr. Speaker, the meetings that I have with any member of Cabinet are covered by Cabinet confidentiality, but you can be sure that every step of the way we both stand up for Canadians and look to serve them and stand up for our institutions that keep us all safe in this country.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I note that he can't answer that simple question. Now, the decision by the top prosecutor in Canada not to grant SNC-Lavalin a special deal was made on September 4th. On September 17th, the Prime Minister met with the former Attorney General. Was the Prime Minister aware of the Director of Public Prosecution's decision when he had that meeting?
Right Honourable
Protect the institutions that serve us all in this country. Those are the two things that are central tenets for this government and that we will always continue to do. Of course, Mr. Speaker, there are right now two ongoing court cases on this matter, and it would be inappropriate for us to comment too much on that.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the best way to respect the independence of Canada's judicial system is to not interfere with it. Now, this was a very simple yes or no question. This isn't about speculation, about an ongoing investigation. This is a yes or no question. Was the Prime Minister aware of Canada's top prosecutor's decision when he had the meeting with the former Attorney General? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, this is a file that touches tens of thousands of Canadians right across the country, including 9,000 direct jobs and communities right across the country. Of course, we're going to be very careful about how we move forward in protecting those jobs, but we're also going to, at the same time, make sure that we are standing up for the independence of our judicial system and all the processes that keep our democratic institutions safe.
Alors.
Order, please. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. This is what we know. The Director of Public Prosecutions had officially rejected a remediation agreement for SNC-Lavalin on September 4th. The Prime Minister met with the former Minister of Justice 2 weeks later to discuss this file. The next day, SNC-Lavalin lobbyists managed to get 4 meetings with ministers and senior officials. That's some coincidence. Why this meeting between the Prime Minister and the former Minister of Justice? Why was it necessary? Why this lobbying blitz? Can the Prime Minister explain this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As a government, we have always defended jobs and economic growth for Canadians while respecting the autonomy of our justice system and the rule of law. But if the member across the way doesn't want to take my word for it, here's a quote by the Director of Public Prosecutions who said last week, she said, in all circumstances, the Attorney General can use their discretionary power independently and has done. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, I want to know if there was political interference. There are so many questions we need answers to. The only person who knows what happened is the Prime Minister, and he's given us 5 different versions. We want the version of the former Minister of Justice because the Prime Minister refuses to give it to us. Now, the Prime Minister said everyone to laughing when he said that the Justice Committee was non-partisan. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I will quote once again the Director of Public Prosecutions who last week confirmed that in all circumstances the Attorney General exerts her duties independently, quite apart from any partisan ideas. We respect the justice system and the rule of law. We will defend jobs, but at the same time, we shall respect judicial independence.
What day is this? Oh, it's Wednesday. New day, new excuse, new bombshell in the Jerry Butts SNC scandal. And this one's a doozy. It turns out that the Prime Minister met with the Justice Minister after they found out that the independent public prosecution wouldn't give the free get-out-of-jail card to SNC. So what happened in that meeting? Because it would represent a major interference in the independence of Canada's justice system. So will the Prime Minister give us a full airing and agree to an independent inquiry where his staff will be forced to testify?
Honourable Prime Minister.
We will always stand up for jobs. We will always stand up for the Canadian economy, but we will do that in ways that respect judicial independence and the rule of law. But if he doesn't choose to take my word for it, allow him to take directly from the Director of the Public Prosecution Service, who confirmed just last week that in every case, quote, prosecutors exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay. Order.
Well, fair enough. They do stand up for jobs, the jobs of the lobbyists. I mean, he's led around the nose by lobbyists. The question is he willing to obstruct justice to help his lobbyist friends? Because, oh, to live in the tawdry but very elite world of Jerry Butts and this Prime Minister. So was it Jerry's idea to strong-arm the Justice Department to help their insider friends? No wonder he doesn't want Jerry Butts testifying at committee. So to the Prime Minister, will he agree to allow Jerry Butts and his staff testify under oath so that we can get to the bottom? And by the way, is he willing to testify?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, once again, I have tremendous confidence in the members of the Justice Committee who will be moving forward in an investigation, indeed, of all sides, and indeed in the Ethics Commissioner who has taken this matter under investigation. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I want to once again thank Jerry Butts for his contributions to Canada. His letter of resignation speaks for itself. He continues to believe deeply in what this government and what this country is doing to help everyone.
Order. There's far too much noise. Members, of course, I know want to hear the questions and the answers and not to show respect for this institution. The member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies should remember that. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the former Attorney General and Gerald Butts met at the Chateau Laurier September 5th to discuss SNC-Lavalin. When was the Prime Minister informed of this meeting? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we take very seriously our responsibility to defend jobs, increase economic growth, and respect our judicial system. This is why I can easily say that we've had many meetings with members of Cabinet on the subject of many issues that are important to the country. We want to deliver for Canadians, coast to coast to coast. We will do this while respecting our institutions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition
told his caucus that any communication coming from Mr. Butts should be considered as coming from the Prime Minister himself. So once again, when did the Prime Minister become aware of the December 5th meeting between Gerald Butts and the former Attorney General?
Honourable Prime Minister.
I recognize perhaps that it's a legacy of the Harper years. The Conservatives don't seem to understand that a team that works together actually has lots of people having meetings about things that matter all the time. We continue to engage in a broad way that both protects and upholds jobs in this country and respects the independence of our system and its judiciary. That is something that we expect from all members of Cabinet, of all my staff, and we work together to serve Canadians day in and day out.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
There we are, Mr. Speaker. First it was the former Attorney General's fault. Then it was the Director of Public Prosecution's fault. Then it was the Globe and Mail's fault. Then it was Scott Bryson's fault. Now we know it was Stephen Harper's fault. He did what he did in this scandal, Mr. Speaker. Nobody's buying what he's trying to sell. Now, can the Prime Minister tell this House at any point in time did he ever express his support for a special deal for SNC-Lavalin to the former Attorney General, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we see the Conservatives choosing to play political games with issues of deep importance. We remain focused, yes, on standing up for jobs and for standing up for the independence of our judiciary in this country. This is something we are going to consistently do, and we will make no apologies for standing strong in our principles to both protect and promote jobs in this country and uphold the rule of law and the independence of our judicial system.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, again, that wasn't the question. This is key to this entire affair of allegations of interference in a criminal proceeding. The Prime Minister, through an omnibus bill, gave the top prosecutor the option of using a deferred prosecution agreement. And she ruled in her independent manner that SNC-Lavalin did not qualify. At any point in time since that decision, has the Prime Minister expressed his support for this kind of deal for SNC-Lavalin, yes or no?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite seems to be concerned about the independence of the Director of Public Prosecution Service. Well, let me speak directly to that by quoting her, who just last week confirmed that in every case, prosecutors, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan considerations. Canadians can know that in this country we continue to abide by the rule of law.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, nobody is questioning the Director of Public Prosecutions exercising her authority. What we're questioning is whether or not the Prime Minister attempted to interfere in an ongoing criminal investigation. But that wasn't the question. The question was very, very simple. The top prosecutor of Canada ruled on September 4th that SNC-Lavalin did not qualify for this new kind of deal. At any point in time since that decision was made, has the Prime Minister expressed his support for SNC-Lavalin getting a deal, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I have been unequivocal over the fall. I have been unequivocal now that we will always support Canadian jobs and growth of our economy. We will always stand up to protect workers right across the country. But we will always do that in ways that respect the independence of our judiciary, the rule of law, and the institutions that keep Canada one of the greatest democracies in the world.
Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the Prime Minister can't have it both ways. He cannot hold up the independence of the Director of Public Prosecution's office and at the same time interfere and attempt to get a reversal of a decision. Exactly. The decision not to give SNC-Lavalin was made on September 4th. The Prime Minister had a meeting with the former Attorney General on September 17th. Gerald Butts had a meeting with the former Attorney General on December 5th. Why would the Prime Minister have so many meetings with the former Attorney General if it wasn't to try to reverse a decision that had already been made?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Confirm right here in this House that we had many meetings between cabinet ministers and Prime Minister and Prime Minister's office on a broad range of important issues that matter to Canadians. It is the work of this government to serve Canadians, to protect jobs, and to protect our institutions and the independence of our judiciary at the same time. This is exactly what we do, what we will continue to do, and make no apologies for the snide accusations made by the members opposite.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said that the Ethics Commissioner and the Justice Committee had to do their job to shed light about interference on the SNC-Lavalin file. But how can we get to the truth when he won't allow anyone in his office to appear before the committee? He refuses to waive solicitor-client privilege, which prevents the former Minister of Justice from giving her version of the facts. If the Prime Minister cares so much about the truth, he has to let her talk. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have complete respect for our judicial system. It's highly important to us. And we believe in the commitment to solicitor-client privilege. So I've asked the Attorney General to give me advice on this issue. I think it's important that Canadians hear the truth, but it must be understood that there is a real danger of unexpected consequences about the two issues now before us.
The Liberals on the Justice Committee refused to ensure that people from the Prime Minister's office would testify. Not Jerry Butts and not the other officials who held dozens of meetings with SNC-Lavalin to discuss criminal charges. How will Canadians get to the truth if the Liberals refuse to invite people at the centre of this mess and the Prime Minister refuses to waive privilege to let the former Attorney General tell her story? He kept saying sunshine is the best disinfectant. So why is he content keeping Canadians in the dark?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as I said, we look forward to the work that will be done by the Justice Committee, indeed by the Ethics Commissioner on this matter. It's extremely important that Canadians get to hear all the facts. We will continue to make sure that we're standing up for good jobs right across the country and upholding the independence of our judicial system. That is something the Canadians expect. That is something that we expect. In terms of waiving privilege, that's not a simple matter, and that's why we've asked the Attorney General for advice on this, because we know there's a danger of unintended consequences on the two court cases currently going through on this matter.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I want to give the Prime Minister another opportunity to answer a very simple question. He brags about having many, many meetings and robust discussion. So in any of those meetings, from the date that the Director of Public Prosecutions made her decision to the day that he removed the Attorney General from her post, did he at any time express his support for granting SNC-Lavalin a deferred prosecution agreement? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, as Canadians well know of this government, we will always stand up for good jobs. We will always stand up for economic growth. We will always make sure we're supporting Canadians right across this country. But we will also make sure we're doing it in ways that support and defend our institutions, that support and defend the independence of the rule of law, the independence of our judiciary. These are things that matter to Canadians. We are a government that has been delivering tangibly for them while at the same time defending our democracy and our institutions.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
If he did nothing wrong, he should be able to answer yes or no. Did he at any time tell the former Attorney General that he favoured giving SNC-Lavalin a special deal? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the members opposite have been talking an awful lot about solicitor-client privilege. It's also important to understand that discussions amongst the federal cabinet are covered by cabinet confidentiality as well. This is the work that we are doing to make sure that we are delivering for Canadians in terms of good jobs, in terms of economic growth, in terms of opportunities for all, while at the same time upholding the independence of our judiciary, the integrity of our democratic institutions, and we will always do that.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Again, Mr. Speaker, if he's done nothing wrong, he should be able to answer. Meetings at the Chateau Laurier between Gerald Butts and the former Attorney General aren't covered by cabinet confidentiality. Exactly. He should be able to tell Canadians if he's done nothing wrong, if he hasn't interfered in an ongoing criminal prosecution case, has he ever told the former Attorney General that he favoured a special deal for SNC-Lavalin? Yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can look at this government's record and know that step by step we have always stood up for them. We put more money in the pockets of the middle class by raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% and lowering them for the middle class. We've delivered a Canada Child benefit that has made a huge difference in people's lives, and we've also made sure that every step of the way we've stood up for good jobs across this country, and we will continue to. We will do so, however, always by respecting the independence of our judiciary and the institutions that protect us all in our democracy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It is so telling that the Prime Minister can't even answer this kind of simple question. These are not the actions and this is not the behavior of someone who is innocent of what he is being accused of. On September 4th, the Independent Director of Public Prosecutions made a decision. The Prime Minister and his team then went to work and had several meetings with the former Attorney General. In any of those meetings, did he ever, and will he today, indicate whether or not he supports SNC-Lavalin getting a special deal, yes or no?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, to hear the member opposite, Canadians might be worried about the independence of our judicial system, but allow me to reassure them, not with my words, Mr. Speaker, but by a direct quote from the Director of Public Prosecutions herself, who just last week confirmed for Canadians that in every case, prosecutors, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. The Liberals had promised to end subsidies for fossil fuels, but they're continuing. They even took $4.5 billion to buy an old pipeline.
The Liberals had promised also for all energy projects there would be a climate assessment, but now we've learned that the Trans Mountain expansion will not be subjected to that. And so I have a question, because each time the Prime Minister says something, we see the opposite. Do the Liberals realize that in the fight against climate change, they really resemble Pinocchio a great deal? I would encourage the Honourable Member to choose his words carefully. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP is talking about a choice between the environment and what's good for the economy. We know that the only way to create prosperity, economic prosperity, and to protect the environment in the years to come is to work on them together. That is why on the Trans Mountain Expansion project we are following all of the procedures through the court set out by the court properly. Maritime transport, consultation with Indigenous peoples. This is the approach that we are taking. The Honourable Member.
Breaking promises to Canadians, you have to hand it to this Prime Minister, because right now on the Trans Mountain pipeline fiasco, he's doing a 2-for-1 deal. First, he promised to end all fossil fuel subsidies, but dumping $4.5 billion of our money on a 65-year-old pipeline wasn't enough. Now this pipeline-owning Prime Minister wants a further $2 billion subsidy from Canadians. Wow. Then Liberals promised that all pipelines would receive a climate change review as part of their approval. But here's a new guide for Canadians when listening to this Prime Minister. Listen closely and know that the truth is the opposite. When is he going to stop helping out his friends and start working to fight climate change?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on Trans Mountain pipeline expansion, we are following the path provided for by the courts in the right way. The courts said we needed to do better on consulting Indigenous peoples and on evaluating the impact on marine shipping, and that is exactly what we are doing. The Conservative approach for 10 years failed to get our exports to new markets. That's why we knew we needed to do it in the right way, which includes an oceans protection plan that makes faster spill response, more towing capacity, a plan to protect marine mammals. We are continuing to fight climate change with a plan to put a price on pollution. That is what this government is doing.
The Honourable Member.
Speaker, for more than a decade, the Harper government cut frontline staff, closed offices, and balanced the budget on the backs of veterans. In 2015, they even closed an entire floor at the Camp Hill Veterans Memorial Building in Halifax. Can the Right Honourable Prime Minister please describe the steps our government has taken at Camp Hill to respond to the growing needs of veterans of the more recent conflict and of those who serve our allies? Thank you.
Order. I've had no trouble hearing the questions until now. And so I encourage members to listen and to wait their turn if they want to speak. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Sackville, Preston Chesapeake, for his tireless advocacy, his hard work, and the ferocity with which he defends our veterans. We all want the best for veterans and their families. That's why we invested $10 billion into new benefits and services for them, including reopening the 9 offices shuttered by Conservatives, hiring more than 630 new frontline staff, delivering on our promise to reinstate that pension for life. Last fall, we made 25 more beds available at Camp Hill and Halifax for Allied and modern-day veterans. The Conservatives paid lip service. We delivered them.
Order. Perhaps some members for Brantford, Brant, and Caribou Open Stores didn't hear me a moment ago. I would encourage members to wait till it's their turn to speak, which may come at some point, if they cooperate, of course. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, between September 4th and the shuffle, did the Prime Minister express his support for a special agreement for SNC-Lavalin? There were only 2 options, yes or no. Mr. Speaker, Despite the words and actions by the Conservatives, we will always defend jobs. We will always seek to maintain good jobs across the country, including the 9,000 jobs affected under SNC-Lavalin, but we will always do so by respecting the independence of our justice system and the rule of law. Those are the responsibilities that we have, and we take them very seriously. We will always seek to defend good jobs across the country in the right way.
Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The December 5th meeting between Gerald Butts and the former Attorney General, it is reported that Mr. Butts told her to go and see the Clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick. Now, if the decision had already been made by the independent top prosecutor in Canada on September 4th, and if the Prime Minister had already indicated that it was the Attorney General's decision to be made, why would she have to go and visit the Clerk of the Privy Council?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government works in an ongoing fashion to make sure that we are standing up for good jobs right across the country and doing it in respect of the independence of our judicial system and the robustness of the rule of law. That is something that all Canadians expect of us, that we fight for their jobs right across the country, and we will always do that. It's telling right now that we see the Conservatives are saying that they will not. They do not stand up for good jobs across this country. They do not stand up for good jobs wherever they are. We will continue to do so, and we will do so in a way that respects the rule of law, that respects the independence of our judiciary.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister can try to hide behind talking points and other members of his Liberal team, but this is about the independence of our judicial system. This is about the rule of law. Now, the Prime Minister has stated that there were many discussions going on, which is why the former Attorney General, and I quote, asked me if I was directing her or going to direct her to take a particular decision. And I, of course, said no. So the simple question is, if a decision had already been made on September 4th, why would she have to ask him if he was directing her?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Conservatives are calling into question the independence of our judicial system and the rule of law in this country. Allow me to reassure all Canadians watching by quoting directly from the Director of the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, who confirmed last week that in every case, prosecutors, quote, exercise their discretion independently and free from any political or partisan consideration.
The Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, again, why did the Prime Minister leave the impression with the Attorney General that there was something going on? He said, and I quote, the former Attorney General asked me if I was directing her or going to direct her to take a particular decision. And I, of course, said no. So the question remains, why did the former Attorney General think that she needed to ask that? If the decision was already made, why would she have to go and get clarification if he wasn't, in fact, attempting to interfere?
Yeah. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians who've been watching this government over the past 3.5 years know full well that we will always stand up for good jobs, we will always stand up for Canadians, and we will always do so in a way that respects and upholds our institutions, including the independence of our judiciary and the rule of law. These are principles that are at the core of what this government does. It was principles at the core of why Canadians elected us in 2015, and we have stayed true to those principles of both serving Canadians and defending the independence of our institutions.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaking of the rule of law, a new report reveals the government has abjectly failed to consult Indigenous peoples on recovery strategies for threatened species. Chief Byron Louie has shared the extinction of a species has the potential to extinguish Indigenous rights. Frustrated with government inaction, the Mikisew Cree sought intervention by UNESCO and have joined the Athabasca Chipewyan First Nation Court to have their rights upheld. When will this Prime Minister stop with the platitudes and actually deliver on his legal responsibilities to First Nations?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we are always always ensuring that we protect and recover our species that are at risk. Robust recovery strategies and action plans are there to grow and sustain populations, and the work that we do is always based on science, and this work is always done in consultation and partnership with Indigenous groups as well as all stakeholders. This is something that if we're going to do, we need to do it together, and that is part of reconciliation.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi.
Speaker, Mr. Nelson White from Akwesasne First Nation has invested a lot of his own money to fund the White Pine Healing Lodge to support those in his community who suffer from addiction. The project was created as a response to the state of emergency due to the alarming rate of suicide and substance abuse. He has the support of the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne. Government keeps saying it's a good project, but without funding in the coming weeks, there will be no healing lodge. Will this government deliver the money, or will it let down the people of Akwesasne?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the work done on this important issue by the community of Akwesasne and recognize that the Minister is fully aware of this request, understands how important it is, and will have more to say in the coming weeks.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on December 5th, when Gerald Butts met with the Attorney General at a hotel in downtown Ottawa, it's clear that the SNC-Lavalin case was discussed. Who asked for that meeting?
You're right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we will stand up for good jobs for Canadians. We will stand up for the independence of our judiciary and the rule of law. The trust that Canadians have in their institutions is extremely important to us, and that is why we look forward to the processes underway, both at the Justice Committee and indeed at the Ethics Commissioner investigation, so that Canadians can continue to have full confidence in our democracy and in the institutions that serve them.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, people who are innocent usually don't have trouble answering simple questions, especially when they're yes and no. Yeah. Gerald Butts claims to be innocent, but innocent people don't tend to resign from their jobs. Did the Prime Minister ask Mr. Butts to resign, yes or no?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Gerald Butts' statement speaks for itself. He made this decision because he felt it was important for the government to move forward. His dedication to this country, to this government, to the work that we are doing to give a real and fair chance for everyone to succeed continues, and I thank him deeply for his service to Canada.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Move forward from what, Mr. Speaker? Yeah. The Prime Minister is saying that nothing happened. All along, he's saying that nothing improper was done. All along, he's saying that he didn't do anything wrong and people in his office didn't do anything wrong. And yet we have the facts that the former Attorney General was removed from her post. She then resigned from Cabinet. The Principal Secretary has now resigned. So what exactly was Mr. Butts moving on from if nothing improper happened?
Exactly.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, this government continues to focus on the things that matter to Canadians, like delivering a Canada Child benefit that helps 9 out of 10 Canadian families. Moving forward, the way we lowered taxes on the middle class and raised them on the wealthiest 1%. We continue to focus on the upcoming budget, which is going to continue to deliver for Canadians in real ways as we grow the economy in ways that work for the middle class. Unfortunately, under 10 years of Stephen Harper, the benefits to the wealthiest and the well-connected did not grow the economy. That's why we focused on the middle class and will continue to focus on delivering tangibly for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West will come to order. Order. I've already asked my honourable friend from Caribou, Prince George, to, again. Order, please.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Mr. Speaker, innovation in the auto sector is transforming the industry, which is one of our biggest sources of exports. Be it self-parking, automatic braking, or driverless technology, cars of the future will not only be autonomous but also connected. Can the Prime Minister tell this House of the efforts and steps undertaken by the government to make Canada where cars of the future will be built? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Lac Saint Louis for his hard work and leadership as part of our caucus and for his question. We support Canadian workers to ensure that Canada is a global leader in the new economy. We announced $40 million to assist BlackBerry QNX to design and develop a new platform for cars of today and the future. This investment will create 800 good middle-class jobs, make our cars safer and more secure, and help Canada to remain a global innovation hub.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's incumbent upon the Prime Minister to provide some transparency in this very serious scandal. These are major allegations of interference in an independent prosecution. Now, outside of an investigation by the RCMP, the only way for the Prime Minister to clear the air is by having a public inquiry. Canadians are tired of taking his word for his version of events. They're tired of Liberals getting together with other Liberals to come up with a storyline that they will then try to hide behind. So, yes or no, will the Prime Minister agree to holding a public inquiry so that Canadians can get answers to these questions right?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We have tremendous confidence in the processes that are in place to move forward, including an investigation by the Justice Committee in which the committee members are independent in their decisions on how to proceed. And we also have tremendous confidence in the officers of Parliament. In this case, the Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commissioner, who will be pursuing an investigation on this matter. These are things that we take seriously, and Canadians need to know that there are processes in place to move forward on this issue.
Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, now it's Manitoba's turn for a major derailment of a train carrying flammable material. With more and more longer trains and an increasingly deregulated environment, the possibility of a disaster like the one in Lake Megantic is always possible. Clearly, people are concerned and don't want to relive a tragedy like that. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Transport says a lot but doesn't take any action. Can the Prime Minister demand that his minister will take action to protect our citizens? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank our Minister of Transport for the excellent work that he does. He takes these issues very seriously, including protection of Canadians and rail safety. We acknowledge that one of the safest way to carry our resources is through pipelines, and that is why we're proceeding in the right way in accordance with the court's ruling on Trans Mountain to ensure that it is done properly, to keep people safe and to export our resources.
Mr. Speaker, thanks to the hard work of Canadians, Canada's economy is strong and growing, creating more jobs, creating well-paying jobs for the middle class and people working hard to join it.
More Canadians are working, and families have money to spend on what is important for them.
Please update the House on the next steps in our proven plan to strengthen and grow the middle class.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Our government is making smart, responsible investments in the middle class, and Canadians are seeing the concrete results.
The typical middle-class family is $2,000 better off this year than in 2015. But, Mr. Speaker, we know there's more to do, and that's why I'm so pleased to announce that on March 19th, we'll be introducing Budget 2019, the next steps in our plan to ensure middle-class optimism and an economy that works for all Canadians.
Bravo!
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has just expressed his confidence in the Justice Committee's work to get to the bottom of this very serious scandal. We know that last week the government instructed Liberal members of that committee to block Conservative and NDP attempts to get a full witness list in front of the committee. The members of the committee admitted that they received that list from government offices. So, if the Prime Minister has so much confidence in the Justice Committee's work, will he allow Gerald Butts to testify under oath at that very committee?
We saw under 10 years of Stephen Harper's government. We respect the independence of parliamentary committees, and parliamentarians on those committees get to make determinations on how they choose to move forward in their own way. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always respect the independence of committees.
Order. The Honourable Member for Beauce.
After being lobbied by the SNC-Lavalin, this government changed the criminal code and tried to cut a deal to avoid a trial. Two former SNC executives just had their corruption cases thrown out of court because of unrealistic delays. And we learned that SNC has received more than $2 billion in government aid since 2002. Will the Prime Minister recognize that crony capitalism is an unjust system that must be eradicated?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will always stand up for good jobs right across the country, including in companies like SNC-Lavalin. This is something that Canadians expect of us and something we will continue to do. We will continue to recognize that government has an important role to play in making sure that Canadians can find good jobs right across the country and creating the conditions for success. We will continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, in a way that respects both our institutions and the rule of law.
It being 3:06, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, February 19, 2019, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment to the motion of Mr. Angus relating to the business of supply. Call in the members.
The question is on the amendment. Mr. Angus, seconded by Monsieur Dussault. Shall I dispense? No. Move that the House, A, call on the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privilege for the former Attorney General with respect to allegations of interference in the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, and B, urge the government to launch a public inquiry under the Inquiries Act in order to provide Canadians with the transparency and accountability promised by the Liberals in the 2015 election campaign. Monsieur Dussault, appuyé par
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Ms. Sanssouci, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by adding after the word act the following, and table the report in the House by May 31st, 2019. The question is on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Claudel.
Madame Claudel.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Charquette.
Monsieur Charquette.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Lavaldière.
Madame Lavaldière.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Ladu.
Ms. Ladu.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. McKent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Poliev.
Monsieur Poliev.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs.
Ms. Kuzi.
Kuzi.
Ms. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Ms. Alice
Ms. Alice Lev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Correction, Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
All those opposed to the amendment? Oh, I apologize.
Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Order. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise. Opposed, rather.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est des Sarres.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Anna de Sangary.
Mr. Anna de Sangary.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matapétia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mr. De Corsi.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hebert.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Moff.
Ms. de Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Aid.
Mrs. Aid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Yeas pour 133, 133. Nays contre 159, 159.
I declare the amendment defeated.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the record show that I abstain from voting on that matter. The reason for my abstention is that the matter in part has to do with me personally, and I do not think that is appropriate for me to vote on a matter that has to do with me personally. I have said that I am seeking counsel on this matter of what I can and cannot say. I understand fully that Canadians want to know the truth and want transparency. Privilege and confidentiality are not mine to waive, and I hope that I have the opportunity to speak my truth.
Normally, of course, there's no counting of abstentions, but her comments are on the record, clearly.
The next question.
James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly I have an enormous respect for the member for Vancouver-Granville who understands that the issues of conflict of interest in voting are fundamental in this House. Since she's not allowed to vote, I would ask that the Prime Minister abstain as well, because he is in a conflict of interest under this, and he should respect the similar rules of the House that the members so have.
I think, order. I think we're getting into debate. Yes. Order. And I trust that the honourable member for Carleton will have something that is a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the same point, the honourable member highlights the fact that the Prime Minister is involved directly in this matter as well. The former, if I could finish, Mr. Chair, the member points out that the matter of privilege is something that she cannot waive. The one person who can waive it, of course, is the Prime Minister, and thus he is in a
very clearly debate. Order.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Angus, seconded by Mr. Dussault, move that the House call on the Prime Minister to waive solicitor-client privilege for the former Attorney General with respect to allegations of interference in the prosecution of SNC-Lavalin, and B, urge the government to launch a public inquiry under the Inquiries Act in order to provide Canadians with the transparency and accountability promised by the Liberals in the 2015 election campaign. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
So,
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Judy Wilson-Raybould,
Madame
the very end,
Ms.
to the right of the Speaker.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Dentel.
Mr. Dentel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Blaney-Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney-Bellechasse des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Alislav.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Lauzon, Starmatunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Starmatunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou
Ms.
Duval.
May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
Will all those opposed to the motion please rise?
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Lemedi.
Mr. Lemedi.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentine La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Cousin.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et des Sarres.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Anna de Sangary.
Mr. Anna de Sangary.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Moff.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fracascados.
Mr. Fracascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Yeas pour 134, 134. Nays contre 160, 160.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the fact that the former Attorney General indicated that she abstained from this vote because she believes that she has a personal interest in the result of this vote, Mr. Speaker, I would look to you for guidance. I think both the Prime Minister and the current Attorney General, who is making decisions regarding client client solicitor privilege and whether it should be waived or not. Could I please not have the member? Yeah, please don't yell.
It's a hard concept.
Look at. If I could please have some respect. Yeah, I know the Liberals don't like when strong women speak. Deal with it. Mr. Speaker, if we could get some guidance from you as to whether the Prime Minister's vote and the vote from the current Attorney General should be waived because they really should have abstained from this. If they don't, Mr. Speaker, there are other measures that we can take, which includes going to the Ethics Commissioner, but I think it would be cleaner and probably a little wiser if they would just abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader. I'm not aware of precedents on this, but I will look into the matter and return to the House. The on order. The honourable member for Vancouver Granville is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like the record to reflect that I abstain from the vote on the motion, which has in part to do with me personally, and I do not think it's appropriate for me to vote as such.
I thank the honourable member for Vancouver Granville for her clarification. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You did make a ruling on the amendment, but I'm asking you to go back and examine precedent on this matter, because the question of whether the client in an investigation is allowed to vote in a motion that would open up that investigation or shut it down is a clear conflict of interest. So if the solicitor is bound not to vote, then the client breached his obligations as a member of this House. And I'm asking you, given the seriousness of this matter, to take it back and reflect, because we have great respect for the work that the Speaker's office has done now and has done in the past, and this will certainly be setting a precedent. So I'm asking you to look into this matter on whether this client was in a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member for Timmins James Bay to adding to the point of order from the honourable member, honourable opposition leader, which I indicated, of course, I will come back to the House. Tabling of document. Well, I'll hold order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, now that you have consented to look into the matter, I, with some trepidation, weigh in to say that the client is not the Prime Minister. The client is the Government of Canada. We in this place need to understand Westminster parliamentary democracy. We are not run by one person on either side of the House, and therefore I don't think the Prime Minister individually is the government, nor is the Prime Minister individually the client, and I didn't find it improper for him to vote.
I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island and my former law school classmate for her advice views on this matter. Again, I will come back to the House in due course on this. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 4 different petitions.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report for the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union respecting its participation at the mission to Romania, the next country to hold the
Order. It's been pointed out to me that the honourable member is not in what we consider to be business attire, which requires a tie. Perhaps they'll come back. Oh, all right. That's being remedied as we speak. How about that? The honourable member for... Looks like a very nice tie. The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
The discipline in this House is absolutely fierce on occasion. But I thank you for pointing that out to me. Now, in my role as now being decent, I want to pursue to Standing Order 34.1. I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages a report of the Canadian Group, of course, of Canada-Europe, mission to Romania, the next country to hold the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union, and its participation at the 4th part of the 2018 ordinary session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in Bucharest, Romania, and Strasbourg, France, from October 8th to the 18th, 2018, and thank you sincerely, and to all members of this House for their utmost patience in my appearance. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Sydney, Victoria. No. The honourable member... oh, yes.
All good to go, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee of International Trade, which is a wonderful committee, and we get a lot of work done. And this is entitled Section 232 of the United States Trade Expansion Act, Implications of Tariffs for Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Good stuff. She was up there.
Now, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, today I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology entitled Supplementary Estimates B 2018-2019. Vote 5B under Canadian Northern Economic Development Agency. Vote 1B under Canadian Tourism Commission. Votes 1B and 10B under Department of Industry. Votes 10B under National Research Council of Canada. Vote 5B under Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Speaker, I would also like to present a report from the Standing Committee of Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities with respect to the National Transportation Strategy, and we expect this report will be presented to the Minister and will be reported back to the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I have the Yukon.
The honourable member for Yukon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 84th report of the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, Supplementary Estimates B 2018-2019. And, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 85th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with respect to its study of interim estimates.
After the previous tabling by the member for Niagara Centre regarding the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities 27th report. The member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Conservative members of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities support the committee's report, which was just tabled. Transportation corridors are integral to the safe and efficient flow of goods in and out of Canada. However, we have supplied a supplementary report as we felt that the main report did not adequately address a number of important issues which were raised, which I will briefly outline. Over the course of the many meetings heard during this study, we heard from numerous stakeholders regarding the detrimental impact certain government actions and policies are having and will continue to have on Canada's transportation system, and more specifically, our transportation corridors. Specifically, the government policies which we must highlight are Bill C-48, the Liberals' Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, Bill C-69, the Liberals' attempt to rewrite the law and regulations to make it even harder for pipelines to get built, and the Liberal government's carbon tax. From being unnecessarily restrictive to creating investment uncertainty to increasing costs for transportation companies and shippers alike, the actions by this Liberal government need to be reversed. To that end, we have included 3 simple recommendations in our supplementary report, which are to withdraw Bill C-48, to withdraw Bill C-69, and to eliminate the carbon tax. I encourage the government to read our supplementary report, but if they don't have time for that, I hope they will simply adopt our recommendations. We believe that doing this would greatly support Canada's transportation system and our vitally important trade corridors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Monsieur Boulouris, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 Packaging. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise today to introduce another iteration, another winner of our Create Your Canada competition, which people from across the northwest of British Columbia enter ideas that they think would make Canada a better place. Independent committee picks the winner, and this year Ben Corving from Terrace, BC, is here in Ottawa today with his son Aiden. And Ben's idea was for a Zero Waste Packaging Act that would describe that all packaging, consumer packaging in Canada, must either be recyclable or compostable by law. Because as we know right now, when we put things in the blue box, only about 11% on average actually gets recycled. The rest ends up in landfills and in our oceans. And this is building on, of course, the work from my colleague from Courtney Alberni in his motion 151. More than 170,000 Canadians signed the petition asking for us to do something about ocean plastics. This bill moves this to the enforcement. This takes the promise into action. Ben's idea, and it's a great one, Mr. Speaker, is to make good on the promise that Canada has made to the world that we will now recycle or compost all consumer packaging. I thank Ben and his son Aidan for coming all this way from the northwest of British Columbia, and especially for his idea to make Canada a better place. Thank you very much.
Mr. Collins, seconded by Mr. Boulris, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Esquimalt, Saanich, Sooke, Saanich, Gulf Islands, and Nanaimo, Ladysmith. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding citizens, the firearms owners, and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' dollars studying a ban on guns which are already banned.
The Honourable Député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. A few weeks and I will have tabled as many pages of a petition as calling for a train, as the Minister has pages of his study on his desk. We need immediate action, and we need a way to fight greenhouse gas emissions and develop the economy in the regions and intermunicipal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, I have the pleasure to present two petitions. One calling on the Government of Canada to provide sustainable funding for grassroots organization through predictable funding, and B, to increase the international assistance from 0.26% to 0.7%. The second on the root cause of forced migration, and the petitioners request the government to support grassroots organizations working for peace, democracy, and human rights, and invest more in diplomatic and peaceful solutions to armed conflicts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's certainly my honour today to introduce a petition on behalf of the residents in Barrie Springwater, Oro-Medonte, specifically Elmville, regarding the status of human rights in Honduras, as well as the treatment of Edwin Espinel, spouse of Karen Spring of Elmville, Ontario, and calling the government to act immediately, quite frankly. And I will now table that in the House and be with you.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions to table today, which are consistent with the bill tabled by my colleague, the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, for producers. I have a petition here to protect the St. Lawrence River and its ecosystems. Petitioners are urging the government to protect at least 10% of marine areas by 2020. Given the habitat for the beluga whales and other species must be protected. Petitioners urge the government to create an area in the estuary of the St. Laurent to protect these species. I have another petition from my citizens signed to dealing with Trans Mountain, because Canada has committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and the energy sector, the renewable energy sector, creates more jobs than the oil sector. Petitioners are urging the Government of Canada to cancel the purchase of the Trans Mountain pipeline from Kinder Morgan.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will
stand today and present two petitions signed by hundreds of Canadians from my province of Saskatchewan who call upon the House of Commons to support Bill S-214 and ban the sale and or manufacture of animal-tested cosmetics and their ingredients in Canada. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table a petition signed by my constituents who are gravely concerned with the alarming rate at which rural crime is increasing in our communities. These petitioners are concerned about their safety and the safety of their families, friends, and neighbors. They are calling on the government to ensure that law enforcement agencies not only prioritize crime prevention and investigations, but that they also have the resources that they need to do it so that they can feel safer in their own communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Elmwood Transcona.
Speaker, I rise today to present a petition that was promoted by Patients for Patient Safety Canada and whose goal is to increase consumer safety by calling on the government to require manufacturers of non-prescription drugs and natural health products to include a Canadian drug facts table or product facts table on the outer label and ensure that the information is presented in a standardized, readable format in plain language. And I want to give a special thank you to Elmwood Transcona constituent Linda Hughes for her work on this petition.
The Honourable Member for
Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure today to table a petition supporting courageous women. The signatories remind us that women's organizations play a crucial role in the prevention of conflict, that the agreements peace agreements where women participate are 35% more likely to last beyond 35 years, and we have
us that only 5% of funds dedicated to peace and security go to gender equality or women empowerment, that we're very far from our international commitment of 0.7% in international assistance. So the petitioners ask that that the government actually fund its feminist international policy and focus on support for grassroots organizations, support that is flexible and respect their needs, and increase its international assistance to reach its 0.7% commitment over the next 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Bellechasse, Zachemin-Lévis.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am tabling an electronic petition launched on 11th of October by Michel Massé, who is the president of the Citizens Committee for Old Quebec City. It urges the Government of Canada to put an end to the breach of a situation regarding the use of stone in Quebec City and that they use the proper stone. We are talking about preserving the heritage across the country, and the citizens are very sad to see the laxism and lax attitude being shown by the government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today on behalf of constituents of Cowichan and Malahat-Langford to table a petition where they recognize that before the 2015 federal election, Canadians were clearly promised in writing that defined benefit plans, which have already been paid for by employees and pensioners, should not be retroactively changed to target benefit plans, and that C-27, which was tabled by the Minister of Finance, precisely permits this change. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are clearly calling on the Government of Canada to withdraw Bill C-27 and act to amend the Pension Benefit Standard Act 1985. Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the petition which I am honored to table this afternoon is from residents in Saanich Gulf Islands, but primarily from Salt Spring Island. They call on this House to consider the urgency of the climate crisis, to ensure that the carbon price is a full price on carbon that elevates to at least incrementally to at least $150 by 2030. They call on protection for low and middle income Canadians by ensuring that money recirculates to those of lower income, to ensure that equity is built into more aggressive action to address the climate emergency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to table a petition signed by a number of residents of Ontario calling on the government for the speedy passage of Bill S-240, which is now here in the House of Commons, and it deals with a very serious issue of human trafficking of organs, making it a criminal offense to go abroad to obtain an organ that has not been legally acquired. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Barry Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, I too am pleased to rise to present this petition to the House of Commons. It states that we, the undersigned residents of Canada, draw to the attention of the House of Commons, whereas increasing concerns about international trafficking in human organs removed. It refers to Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and Bill S-240 in the Senate. There are hundreds of signatures on this petition, and I'm pleased to present it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
There you go. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today with petitions signed by Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast, whereas the increasing concerns about international trafficking in human organs removed from victims without consent have not yet led to legal prohibition on Canadians traveling abroad to acquire or receive such organs, and whereas there are currently 2 bills before Parliament proposing to impede the trafficking of human organs obtained without consent or as a result of financial transaction. Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and Bill S-240 in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, therefore, the undersigned wish to urge Parliament of Canada to quickly move these bills, these pieces of legislation. Thank you.
The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to put forward this important petition talking about the international trafficking in human organs that have been removed from victims without consent and has not yet led to a legal prohibition on Canadians traveling abroad to acquire or receive them. And so there are 2 current bills before Parliament proposing to impede the trafficking of these human organs obtained without consent or as a result of a financial transaction, Bill C-350 in the House of Commons and Bill S-240 in the Senate, and we're hoping that this will be immediately addressed, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the following petition to table dealing with organs banning the dealing with the trafficking in human organs. It's a Bill S-249 in the Senate. They are urging the Parliament of Canada to quickly take action on legislation in order to amend the criminal code with respect to the Refugee Protection Act regarding travel abroad in order to gather organs without consent and to make it to deal with this very important issue. Thank you.
Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to table a petition today that urges the Parliament of Canada to move quickly on the proposed legislation so as to amend the Criminal Code and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs. I'd like to table this today, Mr. Speaker, and the practice is, again, as the petitioner said, abhorrent, and we'd like to see it eliminated in the world. Thank you.
The honourable member, okay.
Another day.
L'honorable député de Bellechasse.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Is he seeking the unanimous consent of the House to rise a second time for a petition? Yes? Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House? No, there is no unanimous consent.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered.
Notice of motions.
Notice of motions, production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 20 minutes. Orders of the day. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Canadian Heritage, that in relation to Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chair, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that in relation to Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Pursuant to standing order, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I would ask members who wish to ask questions to rise so that the chair has an idea as to the number of people who would like to participate in this question period. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very disappointed to learn today that the government doesn't want to allow all members who want to speak on this important bill to do so. We agree in principle and we support the bill. There are more than 100 of us who represent Indigenous communities, and we have comments to make on behalf of the people we represent. In my case, I am proud in this House. Prior to that, I was in the National Assembly for 7 years. I have defended the people of Wendake, people who are proud of their language, and unfortunately, over the last century, it was lost. This debate on this bill enables us to talk about important issues like the member for Yellowhead, who was an RCMP member and who was in contact with many Indigenous communities and learned about their heritage. Our critic, the member for Kamloops, who says what she learned in being in contact with Indigenous communities. Then we have the member for Abitibi, who has spoken in his language, as the member for Montreal spoke. This gives members an opportunity to speak Indigenous languages, but unfortunately the government is cutting this debate short. It's a debate on a bill that will enrich this House. Why is the government acting this way? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. Mr. Speaker, from what we understand is that all parties support this bill. It was co-developed with the main stakeholders, First Nations, Métis, the Inuit. There were meetings across the country, and it has been underway for 2 years. We've been working, and they've been consulted on the bill, and also ahead of time to determine the co-development process. So not only did we discuss what would be in the bill, but we, at the start, discussed how we would co-develop it. And so that's what we did across the country with all of the provinces and territories, with the various groups, Mr. Speaker. And why did we do that? Because it's an absolute priority, not just for the government, but for all Indigenous peoples across the country. Why? Because Indigenous languages have been lost over time. They're continuing to be lost, and we need to take action quickly.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to get the microphone uncaught for my earring. I haven't had that happen before. I want to echo the comments of my colleague on this side of the House about the irony to me in some ways of a bill about language, about speaking, that is being time allocated in this House. It is an opportunity for parliamentarians. I understand what the minister is saying. They have consulted with Canadians and Indigenous groups. But debate in the House is about parliamentarians and their constituents and being able to talk about what's important to them. And although we have signaled our support for the bill, Mr. Speaker, we have also outlined a number of areas in which the bill needs to be amended. We need to get this bill right. The government needs to hear us. The other side needs to hear what those things are. And we need to be able to hear from the government, Mr. Speaker, if they are sincerely open to amendments to the bill. And in order to understand, I believe, how to make this bill better, we need to have the debate here in the House. I am very disappointed. And I have to reiterate the irony of closing down debate on a bill that we're talking about giving people the right back to speak their language. And I just want to reiterate how disappointed I am that the government has moved to time allocation on such an important bill. And we really need to get it right. And I believe Parliament and parliamentarians need to have the ability to help the government get this bill to where it needs to be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. We said it from day one that we're open to discuss with different parties, that we're open to consider amendments. Those amendments, Mr. Speaker, happen at committee. So if they have suggestions, they can bring it to the committee. I had the opportunity yesterday to appear in front of the committee. We had very frank and open discussions with members from all the parties, Mr. Speaker, but this bill is absolutely fundamental. This is fundamental. It's important for all Indigenous people across the country, for the Métis, for the First Nations, for the Inuit, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because so many languages have already been lost. So many languages are being lost at an alarming rate and speed, Mr. Speaker, and we've been consulting for over a year and a half, almost 2 years, with different groups, with Indigenous leaders, with elders, with people from across the country, and we were very sincere, open, frank in all discussion. Everybody was around the table because we share the same objective, which is to make a difference, to make sure that it stops, that it's enough, that enough languages have been lost, that we have to act now, Mr. Speaker. But in order to act, we need a bill. This is the bill that we have in front of us. This is a bill that responds to 3 calls to action, number 13, 14, 15. It advances the objectives of UNDRIP. It states that there will be a stable and long-term funding, Mr. Speaker. This is absolutely key for all First Nations, for First Nation, Indigenous, Inuit, and Métis across the country, Mr. Speaker. And we hope that everybody will support it and make sure that it goes quickly to committee so we can continue debating it.
Questions and comments. I just want to point out there's quite a few people wanting to ask questions. So if we can make the questions concise, and hopefully we'll have the concise answer as well, we'll try to get everyone in. The Honourable Member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and so I think there are 2 very important things to ask of the minister in this scenario. One is he has reiterated repeatedly that this is a very, very important bill. So if this is an important bill, then why does it not justify the full debate and conversation for which this House is meant to deliver? Secondly, this also represents a pattern of behavior because we're finding that on many very important bills, we are seeing time allocation. So either there is a structural flaw in the way that we have structured our process around debating bills in this House, or the government is fundamentally undermining the democracy by circumventing the very structural processes that we've put in place to ensure that we have the opportunity to discuss these very important bills. So my question of the minister is this in fact an important bill? He has already commented on that. Then how does he argue that we don't rate the time to have the debate, and how cutting the debate is not undermining the very structure of our democracy? Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when the bill was introduced, the first debate on second reading, Mr. Speaker, a lot of our colleagues asked questions about anything but the bill.
Exactly.
Anything but the bill. Wasn't there an opportunity to ask important questions about the important bill?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Desnate, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I did have an opportunity to appear at the committee. The questions I have, and I still have some questions, I'm seeking clarification. Yes, I'm very supportive of the bill because Indigenous languages, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit across Canada, coast to coast to coast, all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people who live not only on reserves and in urban centers and other places that they have access. So I still have questions regarding that. And I will continue to seek clarification on who will qualify for language funding when it is made available. I want to make sure that school divisions, organizations, municipalities, and other organizations can access the funding to teach youth their cultural language while also including elders. So that's where my questions are coming from. It's not that I do not support the bill. So, Minister, are you still open to making some revisions? Thank you.
I just want to remind the honourable members to place their questions through the chair, not directly, but that's not a problem. The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a very important, sincere work on this topic. I think we had good conversations yesterday at the committee. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, this bill is for all Indigenous people across the country, in reserves, in cities, everywhere. This is why we keep discussing. We're open to discussions with everybody. We keep discussing with different groups, and also the bill at Section 9 provides the opportunity further down the road to negotiate agreements with different groups, with provincial governments, with Indigenous governments, with community groups in different cities, so we can sign and agree and sign those agreements so the services are provided everywhere, because the languages have to be saved everywhere, wherever the person lives. And again, as I said, this has been going for too long. Successive governments throughout our story made sure that Indigenous people would stop speaking their language, they would lose their culture, and that's a shame, Mr. Speaker. That's unacceptable. And now we have to make sure that we reverse that we give a chance to all Indigenous people in this country.
Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Bellechasse.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse is Etchemin-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question to the Minister is very simple. Why muzzle members of Parliament? Why limit constructive debate, as the member for Louis Saint Laurent pointed out? Do I need to remind the Minister that he was at committee yesterday and that the pre-study has already started at the committee? As the Minister said, this is very important. It all started with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. That started with the Harper government, and the conclusions, recommendations came in 2015. So why has the Liberal government waited for so long? Why is he holding the sword over the heads of members of Parliament and limiting their right to debate? The Minister knows perfectly well there will be special meetings set up for consideration of this bill. We've all agreed on the importance of this bill and to add 2 hours of debate in committee so that we can hear witnesses. So why then is the Minister muzzling parliamentarians, and why is the government showing so much contempt for elected members? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, rather, even though he had some fairly harsh words to express, I want to congratulate him on his work in the committee. And I thank him for ensuring, along with his party, that this bill will be adopted. All parties in the House support this important bill. It will be referred to committee. Various parties will have the opportunity to bring forward amendments and suggestions, and obviously we're open to all that. This bill isn't here for me. It's here for you. It's here for rather Indigenous peoples. It's not here just for us. There are people throughout the country who need this. The bill sets out very important fundamental goals that we all agreed on. And to answer the member directly, in other words, why is it taking so long? Because we were developing it jointly. You know, I could have sat down and just worked with a small team, but that's the opposite of what we did. We wanted to consult. We consulted Indigenous peoples throughout the country to come up with the best bill possible, and that's what we have before us today.
It's the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to pursue something that my another honourable colleague raised. I gave my word some time ago to one of those leaders within the Indigenous communities who's worked hard on this bill, who has been consulted. I recognize that what the minister says is the case. There's been a lot of consultation. And I gave my word to Cookpee Ron Ignace, the chief of the Shewepen within the Shuswap Nation, to support the bill. But I'm very concerned because I hear the Inuit voices saying they haven't been properly consulted and this bill doesn't reflect their concerns. I would vote for time allocation to get this bill passed before an election. If I had the minister's word, Mr. Speaker, that amendments would be forthcoming to address the concerns of those Inuit and other Indigenous First Nations and Métis peoples who are not yet satisfied. If I had that word of commitment from the minister, I would vote for time allocation.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her word, for her question. Mr. Speaker, the co-development process from day one has involved everybody, the Inuit, the Métis, the First Nations. We all agreed, the four groups, including the government, on 12 principles are the base of this project. We all agreed that we had to respond to Call to Action 13, 14, 15, which this bill does. We all agreed that it needed a stable and long-term funding, which this bill provides also, and it's got the support of the First Nations, the Assembly of First Nations, of the Métis, and regarding our friends, the Inuit, they would like this bill to contain other segments. We're discussing with them. We'll continue discussing with them, as I mentioned to them in a discussion where we're sitting together in New York a couple of weeks ago. And as I mentioned to them also, my door is always open. They know that, and we'll keep discussing. See if there are things we can agree on. We'll definitely be able to integrate it to the bill, Mr. Speaker. But to be able to modify something, we have to have something on the table, and that's something extremely important that responds to many of the concerns and the priority of Indigenous people across the country, and I'm very proud of the work that we did together.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring us all back, and I feel that we have to do this before we move any further. I want to bring us back to I think it was day 10 of the previous election in 2015, where the Prime Minister, or then member from Papineau, said in his campaign promise to Canadians was he was going to do things differently. He said he represented real change, and he said that one of the things that he was going to do is he was going to let the debate reign, Mr. Speaker, and he was not going to use parliamentary tricks such as time allocation to pass legislation. Mr. Speaker, I would hazard to guess we're in the 50s now that this government has actually used time allocation to pass legislation. I'll also offer this, Mr. Speaker. This is an important piece of legislation. They've got the support from our caucus on this side of the House and the opposition on this side of the House. I will offer this, and I feel it's necessary to say this at all times and when they do these types of tricks. This House does not belong to them. It does not belong to you, Mr. Speaker. It does not belong to me. It belongs to the electors. Those electors that elected the 338 members of Parliament to be the voice of those electors here in this House. Now, for those that are listening in, what has happened now on this piece of legislation is that the government has basically said, enough debate. This is going to committee. In committees, we do good work, but it is essentially like speed dating for the most part. So the consultation that happened, there will be witnesses from all over Canada that will come in to speak to this. I do not know how many meetings there will be on this, but I can speak to the experience that I have on our Fisheries Committee, that sometimes we have 3 guests or 4 guests, maybe 3 or 4 days that we'll study this, but each witness gets 7 to 10 minutes to give their thoughts and their views on such legislation. Mr. Speaker, only through fulsome debate can we move legislation as important as this. And now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to bring this to the personal side of it. I've mentioned this in this House a number of times. My wife and my children are First Nations. They do not know their language. They are not familiar with their culture. This is an important piece of legislation. It deserves the ability to have any member of Parliament that may not be able to have a constituent or a First Nation come before the committee to be able to bring that story and their voices here to this floor. Mr. Speaker, it's shameful that, again, that we are seeing time allocation. Now, the beauty thing about this House is that sounds travel. And on one of the earlier questions, one of the members across the way had shouted out, perhaps didn't think that we would hear it on this side. But the reason why this is being pushed through so quickly, and it was mentioned on the other side, is because of an election that's coming this way. Mr. Speaker, we have to do whatever we can to make sure that the voices of Canadians are heard, of Indigenous peoples are heard, the meaning and the importance of Indigenous languages. C-91 is another one of those bills that, again, we're seeing they place such great importance. They put their hand on their chest, yet they ram it through with little to no consultation. The Honourable Minister likes to say that they've done a year and a half of consultation. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you in our neck of the woods, Cariboo, Prince George, not many of our First Nations have been consulted on this, and they'd like to have their say. Mr. Speaker, through you, I would urge our honourable colleague, the Minister, to rethink this. And I want to ask, through you, why does he feel the need to once again break a campaign promise and force allocation or time allocation on this piece of legislation?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague started his comment by us saying that we would do things differently. That's exactly what we did. We've been consulting for almost 2 years, Mr. Speaker, with the Inuit, with the Métis, with the First Nations, with modern treaty bands, with the self-governed nations. We've been consulting across the country, Mr. Speaker. We're discussing this here. We're going to go to committee where we can discuss and evaluate the possibility of amendments, Mr. Speaker. But as we speak, languages are being lost from across the country. And my colleague said it very eloquently. And he's right. We're right. We have to do something. This is extremely important what we're doing here, Mr. Speaker. And if my colleague doesn't believe me, maybe he'll believe National Chief Perry Bellegarde, who says that it's a landmark legislation. National Chief says that now there is hope. This is good for all Canadians. President Clem Chartier, Métis well-known and respected leader, says that this is reconciliation in action. He salutes the Prime Minister for acting on his priority. Clara Morin-Dahl, the President Métis Nation of BC, actually from BC, Mr. Speaker, said this bill marks a giant first step. It's an historic day for our nations. This comes from very respected people. It's them saying it, not me. Of course, I agree with them, Mr. Speaker, but the fundamental thing about this is that we're starting with something strong. We're starting with something extremely strong. We're advancing the objective of the UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. We're responding to 3 calls of action, 13, 14, 15. We will provide stable and long-term funding. We're recognizing for the first time, Mr. Speaker, that languages' rights are rights based on Section 35 of our own Constitution, Mr. Speaker. This is huge. Is it an answer to everything? No. Can we do more? Of course, and we'll always try to do more. But this is fundamental. We're starting on a very solid basis, Mr. Speaker, and we'll do it for all Indigenous people in our country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do feel that the minister is being sincere about the bill, and I'm very comforted by his words. It's true that the work has begun. It takes a lot of effort on the part of committee members, and there are so many other relevant issues that could be before the committee. It's true. But I'm thinking about the question from my colleague from the Green Party. I, too, would like the assurance that the minister heard the Green Party member's question, that the minister is going to be listening. But, you know, it's hard not to be cynical. Given the SNC-Lavalin, what we see is that jobs are being jeopardized. We all know, and I know it's not you I'm talking about, but what we've seen is that the government very quickly stuck a clause in an omnibus bill, and because of that, we're in the situation we're in today.
I'd like to remind members the Speaker has no opinion, but in any case, the Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also like to thank my colleague for how seriously he is taking this issue, and I see that this is very important to him. To get back to the question that was raised by his colleague, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we've discussed this with the national groups, the Indigenous peoples, Métis and Inuit, and with other organizations which represent Indigenous peoples in various ways. So we have had these discussions, but as I said earlier, we have to start somewhere. We've already gone very far in our discussions. We're strengthening the objectives of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and Canada is one of the First Nations that has Indigenous languages enshrined in the Section 35 of our Charter. So for those who want to continue discussing, they'll be able to do so. I'd also like to say that in the bill there is Section 9 which will allow negotiations later with various groups. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say to my colleague that there are things we agree on about the process, and process will be open to this later. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to tell you how disappointed I am. I'd hoped to be able to speak to this bill, and for very personal reasons. I have an Inuit name. It means strong man. We have all kinds of associations to First Nations. My father is a historian and a legal scholar who has studied treaties and done all kinds of research for various and on various issues. Now, the minister says how important this bill is and how we have to fight against seeing other Indigenous languages disappear. But this government says it is close to Indigenous peoples. It's been saying this forever, but what do we see? Some months before the election, near the end of their mandate, we see what they've done 4 years after they were elected. They said it was important to act, and I would say yes, it's urgent to act. But not all of us can be able to discuss this in committee. But also there are very serious questions about this bill, even though we give it our support in principle. In the preamble to the Official Languages Act, it says the government recognizes the importance of the status of official languages and in increasing their use. So this bill, it is part of Canadian political doctrine, but the Official Languages Act is quasi-constitutional because it relates to sections 16 to 23 of the Charter. But the Indian Act is also related to the Constitution, so is it quasi-constitutional? Because if so, we would have to discuss this for weeks because it will have enormous consequences for society, positive ones, but we have to know where we're going if we're dealing with something that is quasi-constitutional. It also stipulates that there will be an Indigenous Languages Commissioner. Will this be someone like the Official Languages Commissioner? Will they share an office? This is someone who will be protecting Indigenous languages. Will it be millions of dollars over 5 years? Will his department have funds that are renewed every 5 years for this? All kinds of questions we don't have answers to. We've only had the barest hint of answers. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I find strange is that he's asking questions and answering them himself. We've been working on this for a year and a half. So we've had the time to deal with this, to draft it properly after discussions with various groups countrywide. Now, the overture or the openness that we have demonstrated is, I think, really important to mention because we were on the ground. We talked to people. There were online discussions with thousands of members of the Indigenous communities. A lot of people gave their feedback online. So this bill is based on the support of Indigenous peoples across Canada. And this is a basic point I have to underscore. So I'd like to conclude in saying, Mr. Speaker, I would invite my colleagues in the other parties to help us make sure that this bill sees the light of day. It is my duty to interrupt proceedings, to put to the vote the question that we're now dealing with. Ms. Chagres, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moved that in relation to Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill.
Of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the second reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and, in turn, every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put forth and successively without further debate or amendment. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moved that in relation to Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the second reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Chiffquet.
Mr. Chiffquet.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Anna de Sangary.
Mr. Anna de Sangary.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matapédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Lemuda.
Mr. Lemuda.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Mr. Elcoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrett.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Norris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Ms. Sea-Doo Brampton South.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Seacand.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blaney, Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthoud.
Mr. Berthoud.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abeltayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Correction. Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barceau-Duval.
Mr. Barceau-Duval.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement. Ayes pour 158, 158, nays contre 120, 120.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages.
I wish to inform the House that because of the proceedings on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by another 30 minutes for a total of 50 minutes. Conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, je dois faire connaître.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe, Canada Post. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona, the Environment. The Honourable Member for Regina Leuven, Carbon Pricing.
I'll just wait a moment, I think. Order. I encourage colleagues to take their conversations into the lobbies. Debate the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise today to participate in such an important debate, a debate that, in my opinion, has been a long time coming. And it is great to see this legislation being put forward, and it's great to have an opportunity to contribute to this. It is safe to say that this legislation is coming as a direct result of the Truth and Reconciliation Report, a report that highlighted and underscored the need for the Canadian government to take action with respect to truthfully and in an honest and sincere way moving towards reconciliation as it relates to our Indigenous, as it relates to the Indigenous communities throughout Canada. So I would like to start, Mr. Speaker, by acknowledging that we are on the ancestral lands of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in support of Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages. Over the past 2 years, Mr. Speaker, Canadians have increasingly learned about the ill-conceived government-led policies, such as the Indian residential schools policy, day schools, and child welfare, all of which contributed to the erosion of Indigenous languages. We know this through the testimonies given by Indigenous peoples from the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, the Task Force on Aboriginal Languages and Culture, and most recently, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. We know that the survivors of residential schools were abused and shamed for speaking their languages, and many did not pass their languages on to their children for fear they would be discriminated against. In this context, it is in this context that I acknowledge the dedication and hard work of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis languages speakers and Indigenous knowledge keepers who are working to keep their languages and cultures vibrant and have been advocating for support for their languages for over a century, Mr. Speaker. Many Canadians may not have a deep understanding of why it is so important to Indigenous peoples to see their languages reclaimed, revitalized, and maintained and strengthened. Through various testimonies from Indigenous peoples, we have heard how Indigenous languages are core to the Indigenous identity, the relationship to self, to family, in some cases to clans, to community, to governance, and to land. As reported by elders to the 2005 Task Force on Aboriginal Languages and Culture, language, culture, spiritual values, and the sense of identity are inseparable concepts. That is one of the reasons why great efforts are being made in communities to keep their languages alive. The fortitude and dedication of those who work to keep languages spoken in their homes and communities comes from the heart, comes from who they are. Indigenous languages hold worldviews that guide behaviors, attitudes, and beliefs that reinforce responsibilities to the land and to each other. Past governments tried to coerce Indigenous peoples to assimilate and abandon their cultural practices, including their languages. The results of this has had a detrimental impact on multiple generations where Indigenous peoples were made to feel ashamed for speaking their languages. The intergenerational transmission of oral history, storytelling, and culture was profoundly interrupted through the imposed prohibitions on languages, ceremonial, and cultural practices. Language specialist Mary Simons once conveyed the link between Indigenous languages and cultural identity and stated, "Our culture depends on our languages because it contains the unique words that describe our way of life. It describes name places for every part of our land that our ancestors have traveled on. We have specific words to describe seasonal activities, the social gatherings, and kin relations. In the words of Indigenous knowledge keepers, ancestral languages are the key to identities and cultures. Each of these languages tells us who we are and where we came from. The 2005 Task Force on Aboriginal Peoples and Culture re-emphasized that when it said language is embedded in Indigenous peoples' relationship to the land. The languages arose here and are profoundly different from languages spoken and developed elsewhere in the world. The structures of Indigenous languages reflect the distinctive philosophies based on relationship to the land. Thus, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis languages have more words to describe nature through their many references to geography, weather, wildlife, and so forth. Now consider the diversity of Indigenous peoples in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and the various states of language vitality. Compare that to the reports and studies that support the notion that being immersed in language and culture lead to a better health and well-being. Fostering Indigenous identity through languages is healing Indigenous families and communities from the detrimental impacts of colonialization and gives children and youth pride in who they are. Whether Indigenous languages are supported at home, through adult immersion, on the land, in language camps, in language nests, or through master apprentice programs, more awareness of the richness of Indigenous languages is permeated in the young minds who will grow up knowing who they are, who their ancestors were, and where they come from. It is supporting the reclamation of languages that we tried so hard to take away. There are times when we hear stories of Indigenous youth and young adults who are experiencing the challenges of intergenerational trauma and navigating the transition from youth to young adulthood, and how becoming more involved with their language and cultures are positively contributing to their self-esteem, self-worth, and pride in who they are. There is so much to be said about the healing aspects of learning the languages and ways of your ancestors. Language is so important to our identity and culture. In the Anishinaabe context, for example, there are ceremonies to mark each stage of life from birth to end of life on this earth. Their importance is to help that young person find their purpose in life, learn their responsibilities as a daughter or son, parent, grandparent, or as an aunt or uncle. To add to this complexity and to highlight as an example, there is a different terminology used for aunt and uncle that links one as a sister or brother of one's mother or father, thus defining the kinship role and responsibility to the family. These languages are both profound and complex. There are differences from English and French languages that simply get lost in translation. There are concepts that do not exist in other cultures and, by extension, in their languages. On a more spiritual level, a late elder underscored the relationship between language and the ability to understand and take part in ceremonies by saying, if you are going to do something about languages, you should be able to do the ceremonies of your people. If you cannot do the ceremonies of your people, there cannot be a spiritual basis for your language. Indigenous children and youth have a rich cultural and linguistic heritage to be proud of, Mr. Speaker. This means that supporting the reclamation, revitalization, maintenance, and strengthening of Indigenous languages contributes to preserving Indigenous cultural identity and enhancing well-being. It is also important to note that the preamble of this legislation acknowledges Indigenous languages as fundamental to the identities, cultures, spiritual beliefs, relationships to the land, worldviews, and self-determination of Indigenous peoples. The fundamental concepts to seriously consider and to appreciate are the nuances expressed in Indigenous languages that ties so closely in relation to the land, family, community, and nation that is often lost in translation. This is why elders and fluent speakers of Indigenous languages are crucial to help those wanting to learn their languages. Their wisdom is especially needed in decoding terms and phrases to the root words to reveal the true meaning and cultural relevance that lend itself to the importance the Indigenous identity. Teaching the languages must be done with awareness of important values these languages carry. That is why, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of this legislation intend to do that through providing support for establishing culturally appropriate methods of teaching and learning the language. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to speak about Indigenous languages as their core to Indigenous identity and the importance of supporting this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from across the way for his presentation today. And I think all of us in this House will support this legislation. However, obviously we have concerns with the fact that there was time allocation called yet again today on what they are talking about is a critical piece of legislation going through this House. And last week, I had the opportunity to share this document with the chiefs and councils of the First Nations in my riding. None of those First Nations have had an opportunity to get back to me with their response to this bill. And I think that just goes to show that the government keeps talking about there's no relationship more important to them than the relationship with Canadian First Nations. However, they're not giving them an opportunity to have any timely input on this legislation. I would just like to ask my colleague why the rush on this bill when I know they're going to say they consulted for over a year, but the First Nations in my constituency certainly did not have an opportunity to provide feedback on this bill. Why the rush, and why not give First Nations across the country opportunities to speak to this legislation?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that this is a great opportunity in a non-partisan way to show support for a particular piece of legislation that goes a long way in a small, very tiny attempt to start to correct many of the wrongs that have been done upon people, Indigenous people throughout Canada over the past century and beyond that. This is an opportunity to start a healing process, and I really think it's an opportunity from all sides of the House to come together on this. I would argue, to the member's point about timing, that we've been dragging our feet as a government on all sides of this House for the last several decades as to how we're going to properly look at reconciling with Indigenous communities throughout Canada. I do not think that a time allocation motion is something that stands in the way of advancing that, as this is a discussion that's been going on for decades and generations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, he's absolutely right. Talking about dragging their feet. They're waiting till there's 12 weeks left in this session of Parliament to table this legislation. And Mr. Speaker, we've clearly heard through the Inuit and other nations that they haven't done the proper consultation. They've had 3 years to get this bill in the House of Commons. Yep. We heard this in 2015 that they were going to bring forward legislation and bring forward funding and support Indigenous languages. Here we are. 12 weeks to go, and I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, in the Nuu-Chulnut territory, we're losing Native speakers every year, month by month. We're losing speakers. In the Barclay dialect of the Nuu-Chulnut, we've gone from 15 speakers in 2015 to 9 today, Mr. Speaker. So they're dragging their feet. We're losing Native speakers, and there's no base funding in this, Mr. Speaker. Yep. That's the bare minimum. I was talking to Victoria Wells, who's been one of the Nuu-Chulnut language teachers, and she said it's absolutely essential in this legislation that there's base funding. She says it's like a tax on a tax. Mr. Speaker, maybe the member can speak about why they've been dragging their feet so long, and where's the base funding, where's the consultation that they promised?
Bravo. Member for Kingston and the Islands.
What we know, Mr. Speaker, is that 3/4 of approximately 90 Indigenous languages are in serious threat of disappearing completely. You know, I understand that we have an innate sense of wanting to be hyper-partisan in this room. I get it. I'm one of those people. I do that. But this is an opportunity to genuinely come together and to not try, Mr. Speaker, to suggest that, you know, we are all of a sudden we need more time, if I'm understanding from what I'm hearing from both opposition parties. You know, the reality of the situation is what they're trying to do through the legislative process is slow this down. I think this is a great opportunity to actually come together in a nonpartisan way to support an issue that does not deserve the partisan politics that we so often get into in this room, and I put myself in that category as being somebody that does that. But this is a genuine opportunity to get behind something. It is possible, Mr. Speaker. It is possible for all parties, for all members in this room to actually believe in something together without trying to make, score political points on the back of it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend for his intervention and his passionate speech. I do want to ask my friend about his opinion. This government's undertaken extensive consultations with respect to this legislation. Over 1,200 individuals and groups were consulted across the country, as well as a process of co-development that really brought in the 3 national Indigenous organizations. This is unprecedented in the sense of a co-developed piece of legislation. If you could maybe give us a sense of how important that is in terms of advancing reconciliation and how that has informed our government's decision relating to this bill.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I thank the member from Scarborough for that question. And I think that he's highlighting in his question the importance of this particular piece as it relates to reconciliation. Languages, and as we've heard and as I mentioned in my speech, languages of Indigenous people are the core basis to much of what they do, their cultural identity. This is the starting point. This is where everything else can build on. So I'm absolutely proud to stand in support of this. I know that all members in this House will be supportive of this, and I truly hope that this can be looked at back, in the future, not as a Liberal win or a Liberal day, but a day for Canada, a day that we did something right, and a day that we started on a path of true reconciliation.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Desnette, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a question for my colleague across the way. I just want to reiterate first how significant, yes, this is a very, very significant step for all Indigenous people from all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people from coast to coast to coast. Now, I do have concerns. That's why I want the opportunity to ask questions, because my constituents, both First Nation and Métis in my constituency, are asking that valid question. The funding source is very significant, giving to not only First Nations across, but making sure that municipalities and Métis communities have access to sufficient funding where they have Métis students, non-status students, First Nation students. How is the government willing to give some idea as to how much funding they're looking at?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think it is, and I appreciate the question and the sincerity of it that came from my colleague across the way. I think that this is the fundamental first step to establishing the framework. Once we have the framework in place, we can then start to look at what the funding is going to be to ensure that the positions and the various structures that are established in this framework have what they need in order to be viable moving into the future.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
My concern with this government's comments and their supposed plan for supporting of Indigenous languages is that they aren't walking the walk and definitely not talking the talk. And I'll give you the example of Wawate Radio, which is serves communities all across the far north in Cree, Oji-Cree, Ojibwe. It is a vital service. This is a service that keeps language alive in communities like Pakanjikum and Quechua. And yet under this government, they've been cutting the funding steadily to Wawate Radio. So how is it possible to have them come in and they're going to make all these wonderful promises, but the one radio station that guarantees people to talk in their own language is being undermined by this very government? If they're willing to fund the stations that exist properly, well, we might take them we might believe them, but as it stands now, they're undermining the languages of the North.
Member for Kingston and the Islands, a brief answer.
It's very difficult, Madam Speaker, to think that I've come to a place where we can genuinely collaborate on this together when the member opposite starts off by saying a supposed attempt. I would argue that this is a real attempt that a lot of people have supported, that has come forward to this House, and as it relates to his specific concern, well, that's the exact framework that this legislation is supposed to set up, so that we can then determine where the funds are going to go in order to support the various different programs that we have throughout the country to support Indigenous languages.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour today to rise to speak to this this important piece of legislation. I've been able to rise a couple times on throughout the debate towards this. I think my feelings towards this legislation, the importance of it, is widely known. Madam Speaker, as I receive a phone call, that's going to ruin the video that we're doing. Madam Speaker, the importance of this piece of legislation cannot be understated. It also is, again, incredible, as I said in my earlier question, that once again we're seeing time allocation on a piece of legislation that is so important. Madam Speaker, it is interesting that we get the same talking points from those on the government side about how they just need to rush this through, but I want to offer a very valuable piece of insight and why it's important that we have the fulsome debate here in this House. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, the Member of Parliament from Nunavut actually came by and indeed himself had said that he had wished that he had had a chance to speak to the importance of this, the importance of it in his area, but he was not given the opportunity to do so because of what? Time allocation. Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, regardless of how much they say this is an important piece of legislation, which we all are in agreement with it, they are forcing time allocation on it and shutting down debate, which again is a failure, another campaign failure, promise failure by this Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, our language is a window into where we have been, into our past. It is a window to who we are today. And indeed, it is a window into who we are moving forward and who we may be moving forward. And I will bring you to back to the comments about residential schools and the 150,000 First Nations, the estimated 150,000 First Nations children that were ripped from their families, their clans, and their communities, and sent to these schools with the full intent to drive the Indian out of them. Madam Speaker, when we talk about residential schools, and I've shared this in my in this House at various times, just down the road from where my mom was living just recently was St. Joseph's Mission in Williams Lake. St. Joseph's Mission is it's the birthplace of Orange Shirt Day, where Phyllis Webstead Jack, or Phyllis Jack, talks about how her very first day of school, her grandmother had bought her a brand new orange shirt, and getting off the bus at St. Joseph's School, how that shirt and any of a semblance of any First Nations of her background was ripped from her. And they were forced to wear the uniforms of that, and they were not allowed to speak their traditional language. They were punished if they did. Madam Speaker, we are now only now beginning to understand what horrors took place in some of these institutions. I have also said that I was ashamed that I lived in the same community, and other friends of mine as well too. We lived just down the road from this school, and we had no idea as to the horrors that were taking place in our own community. Madam Speaker, it was in 1966, Mary Carpenter, a 23-year-old Inuk from Saxe Harbor, Northwest Territories, that really started to shine the light on the atrocities that took place in our residential schools. And she did so before a television audience. She was appearing on the Pierre Burton show. She was a guest. And she wept as she spoke of the physical and mental abuse she suffered. And, Madam Speaker, it was a shock for the thousands of viewers who had for generations been fed the lie that forced assimilation was the answer to our Indian questions. Madam Speaker, there are 634 First Nations across our beautiful country. There are 50 distinct languages, First Nations languages, and many, many different dialects. In British Columbia, we have 34 unique First Nation languages and over 93 dialects. 2 weeks ago, I talked about Elder Mary Gucci, who in my community of Prince George, she was at every event, and she did whatever she could to try to, she was a keeper of the dialect, keeper of the language. She was one of three. Madam Speaker, I said one of four, she was one of three, and she passed away 3 weeks ago, taking with her the knowledge and the background of that culture and that language. Madam Speaker, that is a huge cultural loss to our community. I was fortunate enough, prior to being elected, to be part of the 2015 Canada Winter Games. I raised the money for that game. The Canada Games are taking place in Red Deer as we speak right now. And the Canada Games are about legacy. So as a host society and an executive host society, what we chose to do, we wanted to leave a legacy of not only sport within our community, but we wanted to leave a legacy of culture in our community. So we were the first host society to adopt a host First Nation, which was Tl'ot'li. Madam Speaker, I forgot to start by saying Hadi, and that's how we say hello in Tl'ot'li. Madam Speaker, as a host society, we endeavored to go and actually make our, not bilingual, our games bilingual, we endeavored to make them trilingual. But there was a major challenge with that, Madam Speaker, is try to find the elders or those within the community that could help us translate simple wayfinding signs, or getting people around the table to try and figure out how we welcomed the nation to our community. But, Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say that all across our community now that we have an amazing relationship with our Tl'ot'li, which is our host First Nation in our community. Chief Domo and his community is a great leader within our community. But that host First Nation flag still flies at City Hall, flies at many of our major government buildings as well too. But, Madam Speaker, in 2017, National Geographic said that BC is a hotbed and at threat of actually losing First Nations language at a staggering rate. Sorry, it was in 2007. It said that we are at risk of language extinction, with many Aboriginal dialects classed as endangered or moribund, meaning that most fluent speakers were over 60. Indeed, we now know that most of the fluent speakers in our British Columbia First Nation languages and dialects are over 52. Or sorry, they're 52% are over 60, which means we are losing that knowledge. And Speaker, I also have talked about the importance to the First Nations language to my community, or to my family, as my son and my daughter and my wife are First Nations, and they are not connected to their community. They don't know the language. They don't know the culture. And while we have tried to be part of the community, it's the language is, as you can imagine, it's very hard and very difficult to learn. And Speaker, C91 is an important piece of legislation. I have a minute left. A minute. And such an important piece of legislation. I wish that all of our colleagues that wish that that they all had the opportunity to speak at this piece of legislation. C91 is an important piece of legislation. It is so important. As I said earlier, our language is our window into our past. It is a window into who we are today, and it is a window into our future. There is a lost generation that is out there because the languages and their culture were driven from them, Madam Speaker. And it would be, with such an important piece of legislation, I think we need to get this right, Madam Speaker. And I humbly cede the floor with that, and I offer to my colleagues across the way, this is a very important piece of legislation. It's not one that we should be rushing. We should be spending the time and making sure that First Nations communities from coast to coast to coast to coast are representative in this study. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank my honourable colleague for his comments. He reiterated a number of things that my honourable colleague from Kingston the Islands did, the importance of this bill. And it sounds to me like we all agree on that. But one thing my colleague from Kingston the Islands did say is that it's been decades and decades and successive governments who have not moved this forward. So if we all agree on the importance of this, and this bill has the flexibility to deal with the uniqueness of Indigenous languages and has an office of a Commissioner of Indigenous Languages, and BC, as you mentioned, in 2007 was in jeopardy of losing their Indigenous languages. So I asked my colleague, with due respect across the aisle, if not now, when?
And I would just remind the member to address the questions of the chair. She did say you mentioned, and I didn't mention. So the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, I will offer this, that it was the former Prime Minister Harper that in his historic apology on June 11th, 2008, he recognized that our First Nations, Inuit, Métis languages and cultural practices were prohibited in these schools, acknowledged that the wrongs that were done in the past, and even said in his statement that the government now recognizes that the consequences of the Indian residential school policy were profoundly negative, and this policy has had a lasting and damaging impact on Aboriginal culture, heritage, and language. Madam Speaker, to our honourable colleague across the way, who has had the opportunity to speak, I offer this, is that there are 338 members of Parliament in this House. I'll say it again. Madam Speaker, you know, this House does not belong to you, it does not belong to me, but we have members of Parliament on this side of the House, former Fisheries Minister, the member from Nunavut, who wish to speak to this. We have colleagues on our side of the in our benches as well too that wish to speak to this, but shamefully, this government has forced time allocation on this, and I will offer this as well, Madam Speaker. It was the Prime Minister, then the member of Papineau, who on day 10 of the 2015 campaign said many things, but did say this, that he would not resort to parliamentary tricks such as time allocation to force legislation through. Madam Speaker, just another broken campaign promise.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage and Multiculturalism.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first off, through you, I want to appreciate...
Could the member maybe take his earpiece away from the... or... yes. Okay.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I want...
The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you I want to thank my friend from Caribou Prince George for his passionate speech on this issue. I have no doubt of his sincerity with respect to supporting this legislation as well as supporting the preservation of Indigenous languages. I was in his riding last month, and I heard quite a bit about Elder Gucci, who he spoke about, who was one of, I believe, was one of the last 5 speakers of the Kletne dialect like it could be 3, but certainly a number that is that puts a language group in very, very real danger of extinction. And we know the urgency is there. The urgency has been there for decades, Madam Speaker. This government's worked for the last 2 years consistently through collaboration with Indigenous organizations, as well as over 1,200 consultations to come up with this bill. Therefore, my advice and my question to my friend is, let's get on with it. Let's get this bill passed. I know there's a lot of work we can do in committee, and through you, I'd like to invite him to committee to come and advance the issues that he has on this issue.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George, a brief answer, please.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from our honourable colleague across the way. Madam Speaker, the government likes to talk about their consultations, yet we still have First Nations that are coming out and saying that they haven't had the opportunity to be consulted. Madam Speaker, we know that committees do great work. However, it's a 7 or 10 minute consultation that these First Nations communities have to try to convey that in 10 minutes, Madam Speaker. Only through fulsome debate can we actually bring the voices to Parliament. And that's what we're here to do, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, I just challenge back that some things just shouldn't be rushed in terms of we need to get it right. It's so important.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all of the colleagues who are here right now. And in particular, I want to thank the colleagues who spoke from Caribou Chilcotin. And I want to thank for being here my colleague from Nunavut. Some of the comments I'll be making today relate to the Inuktitut language and maybe of interest to him. If in the course of questions and answers he gets the chance to get up and ask a question or raise a comment, I think it would be nice if all of us were to extend a little extra time so that he could have more time to do that, given the importance of the language, the majority of whose speakers he represents personally in this country. Well, Madam Speaker, the goal of a language law, or indeed of any law, ought to be twofold. It's always remediating a wrong. It ought to be open-hearted in its approach, and it ought to go in with open eyes as to a clear setting of achievable, realistic goals. To fail to be open-hearted is to, quite frankly, be self-serving, even sinister. To fail to be going with open eyes as to the practicalities you're dealing with ensures one's own defeat. And looking at this legislation, I think we can say that it on the whole is good, but it is imperfect on both of those measures. And I wanted to talk a little bit about this with particular reference to the problem of the Inuktitut language and the fact that there is not a complete support, I think we could say, in the Inuktitut-speaking community for this legislation. This indicates that the legislation, while good in many respects, is imperfect. I think it's imperfect because it targets one problem where speakers of Inuktitut have a separate problem that is not being addressed in the legislation, and I turn now to that discussion. The problem of the decline of Indigenous languages in Canada is, of course, not a new problem. It was identified a very long time ago, and it was addressed in a number of, by StatsCan, in a number of interesting surveys over the years, including one that I'm looking at a document from 2007, in which they point out that while the number of people speaking an Aboriginal or Indigenous language as their first language had been in decline, and quite rapid decline actually, down between 1996 and 2001, the number of people able to conduct a conversation in Indigenous language as a percentage of our Indigenous population went down from 29% to 24%. The number of people having an Indigenous language as their mother tongue among people who are of Indigenous ancestry had dropped in that period, 5-year period, from 26% to 21%. They noticed, however, one encouraging trend, and it's the trend that I think this legislation is designed to further, and that is the acquisition of an Indigenous language for many people as a second language, or as a language that is spoken in parallel with one of the official languages, possibly as one of the home languages, perhaps for those who are fortunate enough as one of their mother tongues. But also, sometimes it's a second language. And here I'm going to quote from the report. Learning an Aboriginal language, they used the term Aboriginal in those days instead of Indigenous, learning an Aboriginal language as a second language cannot be considered a substitute for learning it as a first language. Nevertheless, increasing the number of second language speakers is part of the process of language revitalization and may go some way towards preventing or at least slowing the rapid erosion and possible extinction of endangered languages. A salutary goal, as expressed by the author of this report for Statistics Canada 12 years ago, a salutary goal as expressed in the preamble to this piece of legislation. However, this is addressing the issue of languages that are in decline. And this is a reasonable target, a reasonable goal. But number one, it's not necessarily going to succeed in all cases. And I cite, by way of example, what happened in Ireland, where there was widespread consensus when Ireland achieved independence just under 100 years ago that the Irish language, Irish Gaelic, ought to be saved, ought to be preserved, ought to become a language of daily use. And despite a nationwide consensus on this point, and a number of measures, quite heroic measures in some cases, causing the Irish language to become the only official language of the country. The money and postage stamps were printed in Irish alone. It was necessary to speak Irish in order to get a job in the public service and so on. Areas called Gaeltacht, which were areas of Irish language use, were set up and made official language areas. Nonetheless, the use of the Irish language, both as a percentage of total language spoken in Ireland and in absolute numbers, continue to decline. This is a very tough battle to fight. Worth fighting, but I think we have to recognize that it is, the experience suggests, a very difficult battle indeed. It is also a battle that is largely irrelevant to the speakers of a small number of very robust Indigenous languages. And this includes, in particular, Inuktitut. So it is on this basis that the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami put forward a position paper on language legislation and also critiqued this bill. And what they say in their critique, which came out on February the 5th, is quite interesting. They say, and I quote, "Our efforts to revitalize, maintain, and promote Inuktitut are often blunted by inequitable federal funding policies that task us with doing much more with far fewer resources than what English and French speakers receive. At the same time, our people do not have the right to access federal services in Inuktitut, relegating it to a status beneath English and French." Now, that's important for a very, very significant reason, for a reason that would not be true with people who are picking up an Indigenous language as their second language, for example, or who are fluent speakers of an Indigenous language as well as one of the official languages. This is because there are many people who are unilingual speakers of the Inuktitut language, or who struggle in one of the other official languages, usually English, but not always. To give an idea of just how robust the language is, I wanted to cite some numbers there we go. Here's the number of Inuit speakers in different areas of northern Canada. In Nunavut, there are 26,800 speakers. That's 89% of the residents of the Nunavut region, including people of all backgrounds. In Nunavik, which is the northern part of Quebec, 99% of the population is capable of speaking Inuit. In Nunatsiavut, that's an area in northern Labrador. It's a much smaller percentage, 21%. And in the Inuvialuit settlement region, this would be in part of the Northwest Territories, 22%. To get numbers like 89 and 99%, you're talking about a base in which many of those people speak only this language. So providing them with services, making sure that they can receive all government services and have access to everything, healthcare, education, and everything else the government offers, tax forms, in some sort of form where they can operate as unilingual speakers of their language. That's absolutely critical. And this is, frankly, absent from this legislation, because this legislation is addressing another problem, the problem of languages that don't have that many unilingual speakers, or perhaps no unilingual speakers, languages that are being forgotten. I can't say enough to say how important that issue is. It is, however, a distinct problem. To give an idea of just how distinct the situation of Inuit, or the Inuktitut language is from other languages, I'm turning now to some 2011 census data. We see that 95.3% of Inuit Montagnais speakers, it's a very robust language, use their language at home, which is the best way of determining whether or not it's the language which they're most comfortable. That's very impressive, but it's on the base of 10,900 people. At Akimik, 97% use their language at home. But again, out of a base of less than 6,000 people, Inuktitut, by contrast, 95% out of 35,000 or 36,000 people actually. This is a very large number, and many of those people do not speak any language competently other than Inuktitut. These people need to have their ability to function as full members of Canadian society taken into account, and I would encourage the government to think about that very carefully, either in this legislation, the government says they're open to amendment, or else in a parallel piece of legislation. I have to stop now due to considerations of time, Madam Speaker, but I would love to answer any questions anybody has. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank everyone that spoke to this motion. And I want to, make it very clear I support the concept and the idea behind this piece of legislation. However, in its current form, I don't believe that I can support it. I know that the president of ITK, Natan Obed, he said that the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages outlined under this piece of legislation is a little more than a new title for existing Aboriginal Languages Initiative Program. That's a federal office that has largely failed so far to halt the decline of Indigenous languages, despite having a mission to improve it. And he said, unlike provincial and territorial languages commissioners, this National Indigenous Language Commissioner will be basically a powerless advocacy group controlled by the federal government, and that there's no legislation, there's no obligation under this legislation on the part of the federal government to fund Indigenous languages. He's also said that, in no way was this bill co-developed with Inuit. Madam Speaker, I think one of the things I say, I'm an Inuk. I've lost my language. I've lost it. What I'm very proud to see in Nunavut right now is a lot of people are showing an interest in wanting to learn and regain their language. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, in 2008, we passed our own Nunavut Indigenous Languages Protection Act and pieces of the Education Act that would allow the government, would force the government to offer bilingual education in Inuktitut. Sadly, Madam Speaker, I'm getting there.
Already taken 2 minutes out of the 5 minutes, so unfortunately I will have to, because there's another question that can be had, so I will ask the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston to respond to the member. I do apologize, but there's only 5 minutes for questions and comments.
Well, very briefly, Madam Speaker, I think the member reflects some real concerns. I will be voting in favor of this legislation. As I say, I think the things that it does well. But I have to say, if I found myself in the situation where I were representing a constituency where Inuktitut is the predominant language, I would be voting against it because this has simply failed to take into account the needs of that language group completely.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
The member from Nunavut, so he can finish his statement. I would like to give my.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? The honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague. I was saying is, unfortunately, during this current sitting of the Nunavut legislature, they're actually looking at repealing pieces of that legislation because they don't have the resources to provide bilingual education. And I think that's something, that legislation like this should look at, to providing the territorial government has a responsibility for delivering education, to have resources and funding in order to be able to develop and deliver a bilingual education. And I think that this is something that this piece of legislation can look at. I was very proud, like I said, to pass those pieces of legislation back in 2008. And I think, as I've heard a number of times, and even the minister has said earlier that they're open to amendments, and I look forward to working with him and with the ITK to come forward and bring amendments forward, and hopefully in a different version at third reading after committee, I'll be able to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
I think I've used up all my time, but I'll just say that I think the roadmap outlined by my colleague from Nunavut is a sensible one, and I hope the government is listening. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yukon.
Merci, Madame the President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
On this historic legislation for the country, it's great to have this coming forward quickly. Dunjay, Drinkweezy, Shilikat. And I hope the member from Nunavut comes to committee. It goes to committee so he can elaborate more, because I know he has a lot to input. I would say I appreciated being involved in the consultations in my riding in the Yukon. And recently, there's money that goes to Aboriginal languages, to the individual self-governing First Nations in the Yukon. And the chiefs made it clear to me that they want to continue on that model, that the individual governments, the government-to-government relationship can decide best where that money should go. And I'm very excited and encourage everyone involved in this to make sure that, and I guess the commissioner who might make those decisions, that format continues, so that people, the one size does not fit all, and a particular First Nation would know the best way to help preserve and promote their language. I'm also, I was hoping to ask the member from Lanark, because I know he's an expert in the field, of examples of successes. There's great successes in the stats show that people that have learned their Aboriginal language, know their Aboriginal language, that are connected to their culture, are more successful in life, more successful in ultimate education, because they have the grounding. An Aboriginal youth said to me that the language and the culture is the item that comes first, not last, when you're having problems or difficulties, because the language grounds you. It gives you that pride, that strength to carry on and become successful in life. And I know that every member of this Parliament would want Indigenous people to get that success in life, to move forward, to close the gaps, the unacceptable socioeconomic gaps that we have in our country in that field. And I think this language law is a big step in the right direction for that. Is that my thank you.
Unfortunately, the member's time is up. It being 6:05, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Is the House ready? Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Mr. Barrett. Ms. Barrett moves that Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Adopt the motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veulent...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Say nay. À mon avis, les oui l'ont pas.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Mr. Rodriguez moved that Bill C-91, an act respecting Indigenous languages, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentel-La-Petite-Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argentel-La-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Cuzner.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Serré.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lamoda.
Mr. Lamora.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Ed Coury.
Mr. Ed Coury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fraser Westnova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Seekand.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Allison.
Mr.
Mr.
Allison.
Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Monsieur Dentel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Blenny, Bellechasse, Les Echemins-Lévis.
Mr. Blenny, Bellechasse, Les Echemins-Lévis.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Bertud.
Mr. Beltold.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Beltuev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Genero.
Mr. Genero.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Dubé.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Baudrillard.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion vont bien se lever.
All those opposed will please rise.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu. Yeas pour 279, 279, nays 1.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
En conséquence, envoyé au Comité permanent du patrimoine.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
It being 6:45 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Consideration of private members' business. Consideration of motion 208, rural digital infrastructure, in the name of Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos, seconded by Mr. Graham, moves que de l'avis de la Chambre A des infrastructures
That, in the opinion of the House, a reliable and accessible digital infrastructure from broadband internet to wireless telecommunications and beyond is essential and enables Canadians to seize new business opportunities, create jobs, and connect with the global economy. B, reliable and accessible digital infrastructure, particularly wireless telecommunications infrastructure, plays a critical role in securing the health and safety of Canadians, notably during emergency situations caused by extreme weather events,
occurs everywhere in rural and remote regions just as much as in urban centers, and all Canadians deserve an equal opportunity to succeed in the digital economy as a matter of fundamental fairness. D, the government should, 1, continue in its efforts to support Canadians, especially those in rural regions, in accessing the digital infrastructure they need to innovate, create economic opportunity, and maintain public safety. 2, examine the possibility of enabling further investments in rural digital infrastructure, including by reviewing the terms and conditions of the federal infrastructure program Investing in Canada, to incentivize investments in rural connectivity by the private sector and by leveraging funds from other orders of government. 3, continue to work with telecommunication companies, provinces, territories, municipalities, Indigenous communities, and relevant emergency response organizations to enhance rural connectivity and ensure maximum preparedness in emergency situations. E, the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology should be instructed to undertake a comprehensive study on rural wireless infrastructure, focusing particularly on 1, the underlying causes of and prospective solutions to the gaps in wireless infrastructure deployment in rural Canada, 2, the regulatory role of the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, 3, the fiscal and regulatory approaches to incentivize more significant investments in rural wireless infrastructure and report to the House at its earliest convenience, and F, the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security should be instructed to undertake a comprehensive study on the public safety dimensions of wireless infrastructure deployment in rural Canada and report to the House at its earliest convenience. Debate. Débat. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased and proud to rise today to make a speech on my motion M2208, and I'm eager to hear the comments made by my colleagues on the importance of this matter. Now, can you imagine today in 2019 living in a Canadian community where there isn't internet or cell phone coverage? It's essential. We are in a digital world. The world is technological, and the world has changed. But some communities are being held back because of their geographic situations. Canadians who live in small communities across the country, be it near large urban centers or in the farthest corners of the country, want reliable high-speed internet services, but all too often they don't have access to them. What I hear throughout to my communities, the Gatineau and Pontiac, is consistent with what my parliamentary colleagues have said on all sides of the House, expressing the views.
Resonates across political parties and across rural Canada. This is not a partisan issue. Rural Canada wants the same high-speed internet as the rest of Canada, the same reliable cell phone coverage, the same opportunities to build their economies through small business innovation, to create local jobs, to enjoy digital culture, whether that's Facebook or Netflix or online gaming, to attract young families to their communities and participate in democracy, to do online schoolwork with their children. And as a young father, I know exactly how that feels. And to receive government services. Rural Canada speaks with one voice when it demands that digital infrastructure investments be accelerated right now. From high-speed internet fiber to cell phone towers, the needs are great and patience is wearing thin. These have become essential services that we all rely on. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, for example, thousands of my constituents in Cantley, La Pêche, Val-des-Monts, 25 minutes from the national capital in a G7 country, cannot work doing telework or ensure the viability of their companies. Another example, following the tornado in 2018, I met with the mayor of Pontiac, Joanne Lavallée, outside of Breckenridge. And seeing the damaged homes, I said, how is it possible that there is no signal, there are no bars on my cell phone network at a time of crisis? This makes no sense.
I stand before this House on behalf of the constituents of Pontiac, but I'm also here on behalf of all rural Canadians who agree that we need more parliamentary debate on this issue. And I'm here to argue in favor of passing Motion 208 and to bring rural internet and cell phone issues onto the national stage. M208 invites Parliament to confront Canada's rural-urban digital divide and to dive deeper into those nitty-gritty regulatory, economic, and public safety dimensions of the issue. It focuses on how we can do more to ensure a reliable, accessible, and affordable digital infrastructure for rural communities all across Canada, from broadband internet to wireless telecom and beyond. In tabling M208, I stand for the idea that Canadians everywhere should be able to access digital networks that play a critical role in securing the health and safety of Canadians, especially during emergency circumstances caused by extreme weather events, for example. I stand for the idea that rural Canadians must have an equal opportunity to seize new business opportunities in the digital world, to create jobs for their small towns, and to connect with the local economy, as well as the global economy. La motion 208 vise à exprimer de façon constructive.
M208 expresses the broader frustration faced by rural communities given the digital divide. Two separate studies by the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology and by the Committee on National Public Safety. This will focus on changes regarding telecommunications. Madam Speaker, our government has already stated how this legislation will focus on universal access. Universal access, and I quote the government itself, universal access to affordable telecommunication services has never been more important. It's important to ensure that as part of our regulatory framework, basic services are provided. This deals with broadband services and cell services. But let me talk about reforms to this Act and how exactly, more specifically, we will achieve better results on the ground across rural Canada. Improving access to services for Canadians in outlying regions, including Indigenous communities, is a national priority.
As we look at amending the Telecommunications Act, are the right legislative tools in place to further the objectives of affordable, high-quality access for all Canadians, including those in rural, remote, and Indigenous communities? This is just such an important question. And Madam Speaker, we all know this isn't a new issue. Since the advent of the Internet, rural Canadians have had less Internet access than urban areas. High-speed fibre connections are less common, and wireless cell phone signals are weaker than in cities, or oftentimes absent altogether. Les entreprises de télécommunications investissent moins dans l'infrastructure numérique.
Companies are investing less in infrastructure services in rural Canada for reasons relating to cost, density of the population, and geography. Internet services in rural areas have made progress, but the problem of the day, the infrastructure, in urban centers, services have improved more quickly, so rural areas remain in a disadvantaged position. The consequences are serious and are having an impact on public safety, society, and are also having democratic consequences.
Is real. Rural Canadians have fewer choices of internet service providers and wireless service providers, and they often pay higher prices for lower quality services despite lower per capita incomes. Closing the gap in broadband internet and wireless service availability in Canada presents an enormous set of financial challenges, requiring billions of dollars in funding and investments that can only be overcome through shared responsibility. Les programmes fédéraux,
Federal programs, Connected Families, among others, are providing access to broadband in rural regions for some Canadians, but to date, none has addressed the wireless issue.
We've already made major investments, and I credit the Government of Canada for these major investments, and significant progress has been made. For example, in the Pontiac, I announced in 2018 $13.4 million in investments in backbone fiber in the MRCs of Pontiac, Vallée de la Gatineau, and Des Collines. And just a couple of weeks ago, another $7 million in the municipality of Cantley. So a total of over $20 million. These are unheard of, historic investments. And I'm very thankful that both the federal government and the province of Quebec stepped up. And by comparison, between 2006 and 2016, barely over $1 million was invested by the previous administration in Pontiac's internet infrastructure. So it's no wonder that we're playing some catch-up here. And I could go through a list of towns, a list of small communities that are going to be better served by high-speed internet. I'll name a few of them because it's important that they be recognized for the challenges that they face right now, because they're waiting. Montcerf-Letton, Bois-Franc, Aumont, Egans-Sud, Grand Remous, Cayamont, Gracefield, Casavazois, Denham, Low. In the MRC Pontiac, Chapeau, Danford Lake, Portage du Fort, Ladysmith, Aileen-Kaywood, Thorne, Bristol, Rapide-des-Joachins, Sheenborough, Norway Bay, Sand Bay, Waltham, Chichester, Plage Bay Noire. These are just some of the communities that are going to have way better internet access as the investments are brought to bear. Avec ces investissements, au lieu de
With these investments, over 4,000 homes will be able to connect.
with my constituents, I agree with our mayors and our municipal councillors. We need to act fast. We need these projects implemented. And that's one of the reasons why I recently organized meetings between the telecommunications company responsible for a large portion of the projects in our riding and the mayors, so that we could encourage them to get these projects in the ground, on the poles, as fast as possible. And we know that the projects are going to be implemented starting this year and through 2021. So as we debate Motion 208, let's recognize the great investments that are already happening in Canada, not just in Pontiac, but across the country. And let's see what we can do to go way, way further. Le rythme et l'ampleur de ces investissements.
The rhythm and scope of these investments have been made possible because of, or that will happen under the CRTC and within the tax system, have to go even faster so that we have equality within digital infrastructure.
It is all about. Now, Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to announce today in the House of Commons that I have been given support by so many organizations, the Federation of Municipalities and the Rural Caucus of the Quebec Union of Municipalities. In terms of the Federation, I was written letters of support by the mayors of Magog and others, who said that a reliable connection in should be accessible for everyone, regardless of where they live. And they continue to say that they are writing to support my motion on digital infrastructure in rural regions. We recognize that this is essential to connect the rural regions to the rest of Canada, and it will allow all citizens to take advantage of the various opportunities that will come about. I really do appreciate this support on the part of the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. And the same thing for the Union of Municipalities. This was a letter signed by the mayor of Chelsea, my mayor. She says, like you, the union acknowledges the strategic importance of digital infrastructure. The issue of deployment and digital infrastructure is an issue of principle. It has to do with equality among citizens, and it will contribute to economic development across the Quebec territory. Our municipalities would like to officially support the adoption of Motion 208 on rural digital infrastructure. You will always be able to count on local governments when it comes to supporting digital infrastructure that is available to all.
Now, Madam Speaker, I'll say very quickly, thank you to all of the municipalities across the Pontiac for stepping up, passing resolutions in support of 208. Fort Collonges, Casabazois, Sainte-Thérèse-la-Gatineau, Campbell's Bay, Gracefield, Chelsea Low, the MRC of Pontiac. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I just want to make clear this is a national priority. And although our government's done so much, we've got to do more. And that's what M208 is all about. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Then comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for his speech. Two things. I listened with keen interest. At one point in his speech, he actually raises the Telecommunications Act and says that there needs to be some amendments to the Act. In this, Madam Speaker, the member has not actually listed the Telecommunications Act as to what component of it needs to be amended. So if he can enlighten the House, if he feels that there is an area specifically that he's referencing, I'd like to know. And second to that, Madam Speaker, item C, and I'm only going to read the last half, all Canadians deserve an equal opportunity to succeed in the digital economy as a matter of fundamental fairness. Conservatives absolutely agree. ISED has put forward a proposal that would actually claw back the 3,500 megahertz spectrum from many rural areas, Madam Speaker. This would cause complete hardship in those rural areas. Does he agree with his government's approach right now to propose clawing it back to be given to telecommunications companies that would redeploy it in more urban settings for 5G rollout? Is that about fundamental fairness? And if so, why is his government proceeding that? And does that member support that path?
L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Thank you to the member opposite for the question. I think the Telecommunications Act reform question is a really important one, and since I have a very short period of time to respond, I'll go directly to that. This motion is not specifically about the Telecommunications Act reform. It's specifically to help build our parliamentary debate around the topic and to help inform that law reform process. I do think that there are aspects of the Telecommunications Act that need to be examined, and in particular, how it's implemented, because it's not just what's written in the black and white letter of the law, it's how it's interpreted, including by the regulatory body, the CRTC. I think in particular one aspect that needs to be examined is Section 7, particularly how the aspects of access are balanced with access issues of affordability. And I think that there are questions around how directives have been provided, in particular by the previous government, around competition that merit serious consideration.
Comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Speaker, the CRTC decision, though, is quite clear in terms of creating two sets of standards for Canadians, one for rural Canadians and one for urban Canadians. Rural Canadians are now to get, under the CRTC decision, basically second-class citizenship for the actual rollout, not only just 5G, but also in terms of general standards. So I'd like to know how the member feels about that and whether he actually is going to challenge his minister in this government, because they have been silent on that. and that sets the footprint for expectations for companies in terms of what they're doing. In fact, the CRTC today ruled in favor of a number of consumers and organizations on a CBC report that showed about basically the practices that have exposed a lot of malfeasance going with regards to their approach to Canadians, from ripping them off in terms of pricing, intimidating them on the phone, and so forth. So I'd like to know the member if he's going to challenge his own government, because it's clear from the CRTC decision they're going to make rural Canadians a second-class citizen, and his government has yet to answer why they're not speaking out in this.
The
honourable member for Pontiac.
And I think that the CRTC absolutely needs to be a contributing player as we look at how rural Canada can be better served. I think it was actually a very positive development when in 2016 they completed their review of internet in rural Canada. Let's Talk Broadband was how it was named, and they said they would come forward with a fund paid for by telecommunications companies, and that fund amounts to $750 million over 5 years. And I think that's an interesting step forward. Is it enough, though, I think, is a big question, because we're going to need more than $750 million to cover off some of the needs of rural Canada. And then there's also the question around how to finance not just the internet side of things, but the cellular side of things. So I think that there are some major questions to be asked, and this isn't just a legislative question. As I said before, this is a regulatory question, and we need to have Parliament debating this, not simply leave it to the regulator or leave it to the government. All Canadians want to be heard.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to speak to M208, put forward by the member for Pontiac. Certainly am pleased to stand up, not just for my constituents of Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, but to talk about an issue that's very near and dear to many people in rural and remote areas throughout this great country. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm going to go through and address some of the points that have been raised here. First of all, I think it's important to spotlight that this motion highlights the Liberal government's failure to ensure that rural and remote Canadians have access to high-speed internet. As confirmed last year by the Auditor General, this Liberal government has no plan to meet the connectivity needs of Canadians living in rural and remote communities. And in fact, the report found that the government's current programs do not ensure maximum expansion for public money spent. So, Madam Speaker, this is well documented in the report by the Auditor General. This is one of the most fundamental issues is that they have not addressed full value for money that has been spent. Now, Canadians deserve better than just vague promises and commitments to get a plan, to have a plan, Madam Speaker. That was the government's response to the Auditor General. Now, they've added a new minister, one for rural economic development. Madam Speaker, putting together a minister to address an issue where she has no formal authority on, and in the mandate letter says that she needs to coordinate with the Minister of Innovation, Science, Economic Development, among two other ministers, to see any progress on this file, to me, Madam Speaker, points to the fact that this is an 11th hour effort. Now, Madam Speaker, going to the actual text of the motion, a reliable and accessible digital infrastructure from broadband internet to wireless telecommunications and beyond is essential and enables Canadians to seize new business opportunities, create jobs, and connect the global economy. I think Conservatives absolutely agree with that. B, a reliable and accessible digital infrastructure, particularly the wireless telecommunications infrastructure, plays a critical role in securing the health and safety of Canadians, notably during emergency situations caused by extreme weather events. Madam Speaker, when we had the tornado last year in the Ottawa-Gatineau area, there was a lot of public outcry because in many cases people were not able to communicate via their cell phones, and there's concerns that I and particularly members of at least the Conservative members of the Industry Committee actually put forward a motion to actually study this area, and unfortunately the Liberals did not find it noteworthy. So I will give the member for Pontiac a tip of the hat for actually taking on a serious issue, because I know that there was quite a lot of concern here. And Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve to know a little bit more about this area, and so I hope that that Liberal members will actually allow for a thorough study of this. Now, and I did mention in my question to the member opposite, innovation occurs everywhere, and this is C. Innovation occurs everywhere in rural and remote regions just as much as urban centres, and all Canadians deserve an equal opportunity to succeed in the digital economy as a matter of fundamental fairness. Madam Speaker, we've heard again of the clawback that the Deputy Minister, when I asked at committee about the 3,500 megahertz, and I said, sir, will you give the commitment to the Canadian people, particularly those that would be affected by such a clawback, that you will not jeopardize their connectivity in order to claw back and give to someone else in a way that puts rural and remote people in a tenuous situation. He said, I will work my darndest. Madam Speaker, this government has a tendency of over-promising and under-delivering. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, while it's really good to hear from members to talk about rural Canadians, remote areas, it's not so much the matters of what we say in this place. It's a matter of what the government does. And so it's incredibly important, Madam Speaker, that the government start to actually listen to members of Parliament on this issue. Now, again, I'm not going to be able to go through the whole thing here, Madam Speaker, obviously, but I do want to also talk a little bit about point E. The Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology should be instructed to undertake a comprehensive study of rural wireless infrastructure, focusing on, one, the underlying causes of and prospective solutions to the gaps in wireless infrastructure deployment in rural Canada. Madam Speaker, this is a noteworthy item for us to study. But again, I would go back, and we heard a member of the NDP raise this earlier, is when the CRTC put forward its own standard of a download speed of 50 megabits throughout Canada. Curiously enough, the $750 million fund that is being paid for from telecommunication companies, that, by the way, take that money from consumers. I think that's an important point to be made here, Madam Speaker. When they start to actually look to roll it out, it changes. And in fact, rural areas, the standard will not be at 50 megabits. It's actually, in some cases, where they said 25 is acceptable. And so I think this is an area that we need to really look into. And again, I think also the Auditor General's report requires us to look into these things a lot more. Now, Madam Speaker, I've talked a little bit about, the late hour of this, the fact that both committees will do a study. I'm sure this is a complex issue. We do, I believe, have good people that we can call upon to be able to present some possible solutions. But, Madam Speaker, by the time we actually table these reports, if they're successfully done, it will already be starting to be in the summer. And, Madam Speaker, obviously we know that this is an election year. That this study will probably either end up in one of two areas. It will be on a shelf, and it will be up to the next government to deal with it. And of course, I believe it will be a government led by the member for Regina Capel, and be able to look at how we deal with the mess. But to me, it seems that the Liberals are simply going to use this as a bit of a staging process for electoral promises. And, Madam Speaker, we do know about this government's inability to even keep most of its promises from the last election. So I think that to make this an electoral issue would be unsatisfying. I would hope for everyone here. If we're going to be making the time and energy on a complex issue, we'd hope to see some action. Now, all aspects, Madam Speaker, of our modern interconnected economy require stable internet access. This government, as I've said, has failed in that responsibility to support rural and remote Canadians. The Liberal government has left people in rural and remote communities to fend for themselves when it comes to connectivity. And of course, I believe all of us believe that needs to change. The Conservative Party will be supporting this motion because it's essential to find solutions to address Liberal failures on rural and remote internet access. Canadians just cannot be continuing to pay for this Prime Minister's mistakes, Madam Speaker. And so, again, just to point out that I do, as a member of the Standing Committee, of the Innovation, Science and Technology Committee. I do look forward to this study. I hope that the Public Safety Committee is also able to look at the issue of emergency preparedness and how it relates. I think all of us would just know the sheer powerlessness if you tried to phone, or if you gave a phone to your child and during an emergency you weren't able to connect with them, especially during an earthquake or as we saw in Ottawa-Gatineau area with the tornadoes. So I do hope that we are able to look into that issue and to bring some strong resolutions forward. And I again, Madam Speaker, would just point out that there does seem to be a late in the hour, Hail Mary pass that it seems that this government seems to continue to do. They've stalled on so many aspects of their promises, and I do believe, Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve better, and they shouldn't have to always constantly be paying for this Prime Minister's mistakes. And I look forward to seeing the debate tonight unfold. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to rise today to speak on the importance of high-speed internet to the people living in my riding of Kootenay-Columbia and indeed to all Canadians. The internet has become an integral part of modern life and an essential driver for the knowledge economy. Yet there is a digital divide preventing Canadians in rural and remote areas from getting the full benefits of new technologies. The failure of the federal government to make sufficient investments in digital infrastructure impacts Canadians' quality of life, compromises public safety, and limits innovation and economic growth. In 2019, reliable high-speed internet should be an essential service available to everyone, no matter their address. As a former mayor of Cranbrook, I understand municipal infrastructure needs and the funding models local governments are working with. While infrastructure programs have traditionally focused on sewer, water, roads, and storm drains, it was evident even a decade ago that high-speed internet access needs to be considered as fundamental infrastructure. Unfortunately, in rural and remote areas, the private sector business case for investing in digital infrastructure is not the same as it is for higher density urban areas. With market forces failing to connect rural Canada, it falls to government to provide this essential service. The Canadian Federation of Municipalities represents municipalities making up more than 90% of the population, and almost 80% of its members have fewer than 10,000 residents. They are championing rural connectivity and are calling on the federal government to do its part. Across Canada, for every dollar collected in taxes, roughly 50 cents goes to the federal government, 42 cents to provincial governments, and 8 cents to municipalities. And yet municipalities are responsible for 70% of all infrastructure. This is not sustainable for meeting traditional infrastructure needs, nor for meeting the digital infrastructure needs of the 21st century. When municipalities seek infrastructure funding from higher levels of governments, they are generally required to match funds, and the typical breakdown is 1/3 federal, 1/3 provincial funding, and 1/3 municipal funding. And this poses a major challenge for communities like Cranbrook, which has about 20,000 people. Generating $1 million of new funds for a capital project could mean a 4% increase in property taxes. And even generating the funds to produce shelf-ready plans required for government grants is a barrier. The burden for getting rural communities connected with high-speed internet should not fall mostly on these communities. The federal government needs to step up and give this issue the priority it deserves if Canada is to be able to compete in the knowledge economy. In 2016, the CRTC set a standard for adequate download and upload speeds. And while 96% of urban Canadians had access to those speeds, only 39% of those in rural and remote areas did. 5.4 million Canadians were paying for substandard service. And while some progress has been made, there is much work to be done. The Canadian Federation of Municipalities estimates more than 2 million Canadians cannot access a reliable internet connection. Where an internet connection alone is no longer enough. Many of the technologies moving society forward require high-speed internet. Traditional sectors like forestry, mining, and hydro need to go high-tech to stay competitive. Farmers, too, are looking to new technologies. High-speed internet is becoming key to maximizing crop production and reducing climate change impacts. Online learning has become increasingly popular for retraining or upgrading credentials. And e-health delivery is expected to be utilized more in the coming years and could greatly benefit those who would need to travel long distances to access care and those who cannot find a family doctor. And while house prices have increased in urban centers, the lack of digital infrastructure may present a barrier to young Canadians considering relocating to rural communities. By contrast, adequate digital infrastructure can improve telework opportunities and promote work-life balance for young families. In 2016-17, I conducted a series of small business forums in my riding of Kootenay-Columbia, where owners identified the need for improved broadband connectivity for day-to-day business operations. Paul, who manages a self-employment program in Nelson, recently explained the challenge of inadequate internet in the area. The program's federal funding has been substantially reduced. However, video broadcasting and conferencing cannot be delivered in much of their operating area, where some clients rely on dial-up or spotty over-air internet connections. This is not just a problem for businesses, though. One of my staff, Trina, is a school board trustee, and she says rural internet is a challenge for many school districts across the province. Inadequate internet access negatively impacts the technologies teachers can use in the classroom and limits students' ability to complete homework. Meanwhile, David from Wardner wrote me simply to say he wants the same unlimited data packages available for rural internet customers that are offered in urban communities. Lack of cell phone coverage has also been repeatedly raised by local governments and constituents. In rural British Columbia, it represents a public safety issue for those traveling remote, mountainous terrain who may need emergency help. The St. Mary Valley Rural Residents Association wrote me to advocate for improved wireless phone service in the area, which is used for recreation, small businesses, logging, and mining. The need to call for emergency assistance can arise from auto or industrial accidents, avalanches, etc., and the ability to promptly report forest fires is also a concern. So while I support the intent of the member for Pontiac's motion M208 and will vote in favor of it, we do not need more studies on rural digital infrastructure. The chair of the Regional Broadband Committee for Kootenay-Columbia Boundary Region, Rob Gay, recently told me that around 60% of the region is currently covered by high-speed internet, mostly in the more urban communities. He said, and I quote, "In Kootenay-Columbia, we don't need another study. We know what needs to happen. What we need is the federal government to continue to provide funding." In the final year of this government's mandate, directing 2 standing committees to study this issue only serves to delay the action rural Canadians need now. These Canadians want a strategy with timelines for getting people connected and the funding to make it happen. In April 2018, the Standing Committee on Industry, Science and Technology presented a report titled Broadband Connectivity in Rural Canada, Overcoming the Digital Divide. This report was 2 years in the making and resulted in 12 recommendations to improve connectivity in rural Canada. There are sensible recommendations in this report, such as simplifying access to federal funding for non-traditional network operators like local governments. And last fall, the Auditor General released a report, Connectivity in Rural and Remote Areas, which found Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada had accurate and detailed information on the current state of connectivity in Canada. What the report found the department did not have was a strategy for working towards universal connectivity. The Auditor General highlighted the need for a national strategy with timelines. The Standing Committee's report also called for the development of a strategy, as well as the need to integrate issues such as affordability and digital literacy. Despite repeated calls for a national strategy, the Auditor General found the department was reluctant to do so without the funding to implement it. This leads to the other critical piece of the puzzle. Adequate funding is needed to fill in where market forces will not. The CRTC estimates that it will cost about $7 billion to achieve universal connectivity. And the Canadian Federation of Municipalities has called on the federal government to commit $4 billion over the next 10 years. This government so far has committed $500 million through its Connect and Innovate program, which is appreciated but falls far short of what's needed. Meanwhile, the same government purchased an aging pipeline for $4.5 billion. CRTC recently launched another fund aimed at improving rural connectivity, but set the minimum speeds for eligible projects at half the basic service objectives established in 2016. And an overarching goal should be to reduce the disparity between urban and rural Canadians. 2018 budget focused on strategic innovation but did little to promote the growth of broadband in rural communities. And the more the digital divide grows due to inaction, the greater the economic and social costs. So while I support the member for Pontiac's efforts to bring attention to this issue, the NDP calls on the government to make the overdue substantial investment in rural connectivity a priority in the 2019 federal budget. Rural Canadians deserve no less. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Laballe. In 1983, my parents had an Osborne laptop computer with a separate keyboard and a 4-inch screen with two 5.25-inch floppy disk drives. In 1987, in their business, Doncaster Furniture in Saint-Agathe-des-Monts, they had one of the first faxes. Bell Canada, not really knowing what to do with this new technology, gave every business their own fax identity. In 1988, my father had a Cantel cell phone set up in his Chevette 85. This telephone cost almost as much as the car. He had to stick an antenna on the back window. We were always at the cutting edge of technology at home. We got involved with the first email service offered to consumers, offered by CompuServe. We had to call long distance to Montreal for things to work, but it worked. Analog cell service worked pretty well for our needs. CBC and Radio-Canada, well, the reception wasn't too bad. But in order to change channel, my father had to get on a ladder and turn the antenna with pliers so that we could get the signal. We lived in a rural area where I grew up and where I still live, and my family is completely connected with the technologies of the day. Life was good at the end of 1994, and the digital divide hadn't yet affected the regions. Fast forward to the year 2000. The internet was still in dial-up mode, and the first satellite services hadn't yet arrived on the scene. I'd learned the Linux system in high school, and I was totally into open source software. In 2004, I was in the city with high-speed internet through Xplornet satellite. We had to use dial-up in order to get the satellite. We had to use dial-up to send and use satellite to receive mail. Let's go back to 2001. I visited my grandfather in Turkey, and when I got to the airport, I realized that they had SMS and we didn't, and I wondered why. When I got back home, my father gave me as a gift my first cell telephone. I talked to a journalist in the sector because I needed help with communicating with my friends worldwide. While the entire world was sending text back and forth between countries, my telephone only would send texts.
Online school.
Their own network. I didn't remain very long with TELUS. I soon changed to Microcell. It was a cell company on the World Network, which operated under the name Fido. But it worked only in the cities. It was not profitable for them to extend their services to cities. So I could only use it in Greater Toronto or Greater Montreal. In 2003, I also bought a PCMCIA card for my laptop for $50 a month. It worked without additional fees, and I wrote a little program in order to deal with a maritime GPS with several second delay. In November 2004, Rogers bought Fido, and this allowed us for an additional fee to get service in regions served by Rogers. But it didn't work in Ottawa. It worked only in Ottawa because I guess they thought that regulators wouldn't notice. In 2006, I attended the marriage of my brother Jonah and his wife Tracy in Nairobi. After the wedding, we had a family safari. Right in the middle of the Masai Mara, cell phones worked and worked properly. That was an aha moment for me. It was the digital revolution, but cell service in the Laurentians in the 80s had almost completely disappeared in 2006. We were moving backwards. In my riding in Laurentides-Labelle, several communities remained without cell service, any service at all. And between then and this summer, this service did not exist for us. Internet was either dial-up, satellite, or wireless. We didn't have 5G. The solutions were not straightforward. Some of the major companies weren't at all interested in us. We weren't a big enough market. But this affects economic growth, and it motivates independent workers to not go to the regions, but when they do have the service, they will stay in the regions. I think M208 is so urgent that I would ask the committee to deal with it immediately. And to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to read the resolution that was passed in my region. It has to do with cell service in regions. This is a Crown service. But they need 100% service in the regions. I'll read the resolution. Given that there was a fire services created in Northwest Laurentides made up of the municipalities of the cantons of Amherst, Arundel, Minerve, Montcalm, and Saint-Faustin-Lac, following the signature of an intermunicipal agreement, and given that for 2 years the municipality of Amherst was dealing with various problems with respect to cell service, and given that the technology for pagers is used, and given that the only technology supported and used by the fire service was cell phone, given that the Vendée sector has almost 1,000 residents or villagers who have no adequate service, given that 80% of the clientele of Vendée are retired persons, and that they have a higher at-risk clientele, and given that the Régie has made representations to Bell Canada through their member, myself, and given that the municipality of Amherst made representations in 2017 through myself and through the provincial MNA, through the Minister of Public Safety and others, given that the situation is an alarming one, be it resolved that the administration of the fire service support the municipality of Amherst in its in what it is asking for, and that the town council ask the federal government through its member, Mr. David Graham, to intervene with those responsible. This was adopted January 17, 2019. There's work to be done, and we can't wait any longer. It's the lives of my constituents that are at stake. It's not some magic wand that's going to solve this. We have to act resolutely and get this to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Debate. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to take part in this debate and to deal with this motion. And I'm happy to see that on the other side of the House, there are people who've been able to get internet, but in rural settings, cell service is not a given. In the regions, in rural areas, you know, these things happen, Mr. Speaker. In rural areas, we have a really hard time getting cell service, especially if we're in a mountainous or a hilly area. Now, I'd like to point out that the problem of connectivity and the problem of the digital divide is really felt in regions.
It's important for the economic development of our regions as well. Connectivity is a very important issue in my riding of Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix, but it's equally as important in all rural areas, and I apologize for that. That's a call from the hospital, but that'll be for later. But it is important in rural areas. And there is an urgent need to have connectivity. It's urgent. But it's not as simple as it appears. Now, oftentimes, large companies like Videotron or Bell, companies like that, don't want to go out into the rural areas. We've been told because the client base isn't large enough. Now, whether there are 10,000 or 50,000, it's 2019, and everyone today needs high-speed internet, works using high-speed internet. So it's an extremely important tool. We're all connected now. Here in Ottawa, things are going well. But when you get to Saint-Urbain, in my riding, in a valley between two mountains, the problems with connection exist. And the G7 was held in my riding. I was very happy to host it in my riding. We had a great gift from the party opposite. They put up some lovely cell towers, but unfortunately it doesn't work in Saint-Urbain. And why is that? Well, because we're in a valley. Even the mayors and the reeves contacted the government, the current government, to say, well, your two towers are lovely, except there are lots of places in the Charlevoix region where the service is still not getting through and where it's difficult to have access. Oh, that sounds like a party going on the other side there. They're having fun. But this type of infrastructure is extremely important. And today, And I thank the member opposite for having brought forth this motion, M 2008. I thank him for that. But at the Industry Committee, there was a motion that was introduced on the subject, but the Liberals voted it down. We hear they're saying this is so important, but at the time when there was a motion before the Industry Committee, you voted against it. So explain that to me. Mr. Speaker, ask your colleagues opposite why they voted against it, because it's important. They feel it's so important now that they want to debate the issue in the House. And the time has come to resolve this issue, to fix an issue that has gone on for too long. It's sad to say, but high-speed internet is faster than us as legislators. And now we need to update to 2018, 2019, 2020, and we need to improve it even more. Now, there are a number of factors, though, that we have to take into account here. Several factors, in fact. The CRTC, the companies offering wireless service, the governments that can implement some aspects. But I think we need to move more quickly than debate and speed, and we need to be even faster than these committees after committee after committee discussions. We live in rural areas. People are there. There are companies in rural areas. Everyday citizens, seniors, well, more or less, because many of them aren't up to speed on new technology, so they feel overwhelmed. But the new generation, the next generation, needs the tool, because that generation lives through high-speed internet and new technology. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with M 208. I couldn't be against it or opposed to it, because in my riding, we need the technology. But we need to make this something that is automatic. We need to go beyond debate and consultations and sending this to a committee, because these motions go to a committee, a motion is drafted, the other side votes it down. We need to rise above partisan issues here, and we need to work together so that our rural communities and areas, coast to coast, are connected, so that we are up to speed in 2019. That is the reality, and that's what we need. Now, I'm in our shadow cabinet responsible for rural issues. For a year and a half, I've held the portfolio, and over the past couple of weeks, a minister for rural issues or affairs was appointed on the Liberal side. Congratulations! Finally, they woke up to realize that rural communities existed. Isn't that something? For 3.5 years, they've been in power, Mr. Speaker, and for 3.5 years, we haven't heard any talk about rural issues. Now we have a member from the region here who is bringing up rural issues and connectivity, connecting rural communities. And I say hats off, because that's what we need. That's what we need in our rural communities. And this goes beyond partisan politics. Our rural communities must be connected, and we must be up to speed. Now, if this goes to committee, I hope that the committee, the Industry Committee, will set partisanship aside and work together to connect our rural communities to the reality of 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The time for the consideration of private members' business has expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. Debate. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to say it was clear back in November of 2018 that this Liberal government took its marching orders from the Canada Post Corporation management when the government passed its anti-worker back-to-work legislation. Now that the Canadian Union of Postal Workers has been once again stripped of its right to strike, we see that management is retreating on what was previously offered at the bargaining table. And why wouldn't they, Mr. Speaker? Management knows that there is undemocratic legislation passed and backed by this government that hurts workers' right to take action. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that people of Canada are seeing there is a trend here with this Liberal government. When well-connected corporate insiders at SCN-Lavalin needed the scales to be tipped in their favor, their friends in the PMO are just one phone call away. When the Canada Post Corporation needs anti-worker legislation passed again, the PMO is just a phone call away. When insiders need someone, they know that this Liberal government, like the previous Conservative government, is on their side. When workers need a champion, they know New Democrats are with them. Mr. Speaker, we know that the legislation imposed by the Harper Conservatives back in 2011 was subsequently deemed in violation of the union's charter rights. And yet, our Sunnyways Prime Minister had no qualms about following in Mr. Harper's footsteps to once again violate the union's charter rights. The members opposite in debate said, no, this legislation is different. Well, I believe them on one point. I believe that they spent more time than the previous government to write legislation that would get around the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and workers' rights to take action. And despite the Prime Minister's continued charade of supporting the collective bargaining process guaranteed under the Charter, he has demonstrated no interest in resolving CUPW's concerns around workload, pay equity, health and safety, and harassment. Mr. Speaker, let us examine just one of the issues that this government has no interest in resolving. Workplace injuries at Canada Post have increased by 43% over the last 2 years, largely as a result of postal transformation, which requires workers to walk longer routes carrying heavier loads. Today, the disabling injury rate for a letter carrier is 8 times the average of the rest of the public sector, a sector which includes longshoring, mining, road transport, and railways. Workplace injuries are avoidable and preventable. It is unconscionable that CUPW members must endure this kind of risk just to put food on the table and keep a roof over their heads. Food, I might add, Mr. Speaker, that workers are unable to share with their families, and homes they are unable to enjoy and in which to find rest, because there's not enough hours in the day to walk the routes of Canada Post and maintain a family life. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe there is a way forward. I challenge members to look into the initiative around delivering community power. There they will find bold ideas to expand our affordable public services and deliver more. Our postal services can deliver medicines to those who can't travel, help those who stay in their homes by delivering groceries and other necessities. We can expand our postal offices to include charging stations for electric vehicles, make post offices community hubs for digital access and social innovation, and connect communities and climate-friendly businesses to customers. We can also expand Canada Post to offer postal banking that invests in our communities and helps to maintain those services that people depend on.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened attentively to the minister's, or to the member's rather, speech and recognize her advocacy on behalf of Canada Post. I share. I think the base of all of her advocacy is to ensure that vitality and a great workplace continues to exist at Canada Post, and I know the government's very committed to that. In fact, we're so committed to it that we undertook, of course, major consultations, both a independent task force and extensive parliamentary hearings were undertaken in terms of the vision for Canada Post, and that work yielded a lot of thinking, a lot of good results, and in fact, what we did was scrap the plans of the previous government and bring back to Canada Post a very clear vision, a new board of directors, or a renewed board of directors, new management, and that work continues, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to travel along that path. We're putting service front and center for Canadians, and our vision ensures that Canada Post will remain, as I say, relevant and sustainable over the long term, continuing to provide good, valued services and good middle-class jobs to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Post Canada donnera vie à cette vision, Monsieur le Président.
Canada Post will bring this vision to life by investing in innovation, experiments, and pilot projects in order to identify best practices. The Crown Corporation will also follow market trends, adopt new technologies, and adapt it to Canadians' needs and expectations. We will also have to display originality and explore various partnerships within the federal government and other administrations and communities to leverage Canada Post's unique retail network as recommended by the Working Group and Standing Committee.
Whether or not Canadians would benefit from postal banking has already been the subject of both a thorough review by the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates and an in-depth independent task force. Both entities, the committee and the task force, came to virtually the same conclusions, that Canadians do not need postal banking and that Canada Post should not add it to its business lines. And while I do appreciate the member from London Fanshaw's concerns for those in Indigenous and rural communities, the evidence does not back up the claim that these communities lack access to banking services. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the independent task force surveyed Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and this survey found that 60% thought that full-scale postal banking would be a poor fit for Canada Post. Of those who liked the idea of postal banking, only 7% said they would certainly use postal banking services. Also, that task force found that approximately 99% of Canadians already have bank accounts, and 69% pay their bills online. Comme si ce n'était pas suffisant, Monsieur le Président.
And if that weren't proof enough, Mr. Speaker, the committee obtained more or less the same results as part of the public hearings held across the country and through discussions with communities, associations, unions, companies, and citizens. The committee received more than 200 briefs on various subjects, including postal banking service. The committee, among other things, determined that the number of members in credit cooperatives who do business with their local branch has declined significantly in recent years.
Moreover, in its report that committee recommended, and I quote, that Canada Post focus on its core competencies to help Canada meet the challenges of the 21st century. Therefore, the evidence from both the committee and the independent task force has shown that Canadians would not see any benefit from having the option of doing their banking at their post offices. With respect to collective bargaining, Mr. Speaker, we of course, perhaps we'll get to that in a moment. Thank you.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. We've got banks closing all over this country, but there's no problem. When I travel around my riding, I see more and more payday lenders, and I find constituents who need banking services that are affordable. And yet I hear from these Liberals and Conservatives that they don't believe that there's a problem. There are reports, Mr. Speaker, that were never released. They covered them up. They hid them because they're out of touch with the reality of Canadians. They're out of touch, and they have been for decades because they've been so busy pandering to Bay Street millionaires and friends, and they've ignored the needs of the people in our communities. I want bold ideas like the ones that I have been describing in delivering community power, because I believe that Canadians need a government that's on their side, like New Democrats. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that there will be a government on their side, a New Democratic government after the next election.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me sum up. With respect to Canada Post, we have established a clear vision. We stopped the Harper cuts. We restored home mail delivery. We changed the board of directors and the CEO of the corporation with a mandate to restore respect in the workplace and a safe, respectful workplace, indeed, at Canada Post. Obviously, it goes without saying that collective bargaining, hitting as it did a roadblock, we had to unglue that with an arbitration process, one that I'm sure will yield a fair collective agreement at Canada Post. And following that, I know that management and the men and women of Canada Post will continue to work together to create a sustainable, long-term, productive Canada Post that serves Canadians wherever they may live for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't very often do late shows, but this matter is of such great significance that I decided it was important to raise the matter again in this place. On November the 2nd last year, I raised a question with this government about the rapidly escalating costs for cleanup of abandoned wells and mine sites. As the federal government regulates bankruptcy, I called on this government to act on demands made by the government of Alberta and others to amend the federal bankruptcy and creditors laws to give higher priority to environmental cleanup and put an end to the downloading of these costs to Canadians. The Alberta regulator had argued in the case of Redwater that the trustee was obligated to remediate disclaimed wells in Alberta before distributing any funds to creditors. The number of abandoned wells in my province alone of Alberta and the liability for cleanup has escalated to an estimated 80,000 wells and tens of billions in liability. The estimated cost to reclaim oil sands mine tailings is somewhere between 47 billion and 100 billion. If an oil sands company went bankrupt, a significant cost of cleanup would fall to taxpayers. The then Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources responded by saying, Canadian resources must be developed in a sustainable way so that economic growth and environmental protection go hand in hand. How often we hear that. He then, as has become their common refrain, passed the buck to the provinces, saying they're the ones responsible for managing their own environmental liabilities, and the federal role is simply to share best practices. An amazing response considering bankruptcy law is federal. He shared that his government did commit $30 million, when the cost is in some time people say $260 billion, committed $30 million in budget 2017 in support of Alberta's efforts to advance the reclamation of orphan wells. In January of this year, the Supreme Court of Canada issued their decision on the Redwater case. That case involved a dispute over who under bankruptcy law should be given priority of claim for an abandoned oil or gas well. Should priority be given to banks to recover their investment, or should a higher priority in claim go to the provinces who have issued orders for cleanup? The Alberta courts had sided with the creditors, in other words, the banks. However, the Supreme Court of Canada overturned this decision and held that Alberta's environmental regulatory regime can coexist alongside the scheme of distribution under bankruptcy law. The court stated that bankruptcy is not a license to ignore rules, and the company has remedial obligations that are not claims provable in bankruptcy. They held that a trustee does not have the power to walk away from environmental liabilities. Of equal concern, Mr. Speaker, is this government's response to questions posed by my colleagues, to the effect that the government says they plan to assess potential impacts of the court ruling on Canada's marketplace framework and the Canadian economy. No mention of ensuring bankruptcy laws put environmental protection first. My further questions this evening then, Mr. Speaker, include what actions has the government taken to assess any potential federal environmental liabilities for the following activities? And as a result of this court ruling, have they initiated any review of the potential issues or any gaps in federal laws regarding abandoned mines, wells, or other operations on federal lands, or on lands subject to a transfer agreement, including in the Northwest Territories and Yukon, or on Indian reserves or traditional lands? Are they reviewing abandoned offshore wells where there is joint federal or provincial regulatory authorities? And finally, has the federal government established orphan well funds similar to the provinces for these facilities?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Edmonton Strathcona for her question. This is a very important issue. We've clearly said that we will hold corporations responsible for the pollution they cause, and that is why today I'm pleased to be able to reaffirm the position of our government. It's also why, for example, we enshrined the principle of polluter pays in adopting the Pipeline Act, the Pipeline Safety Act. That is also why we insisted that corporations prove their financial ability to react in the case of a spill, and that is why under this act there is a no-fault liability.
Complexity of this issue, including the intersection between provincial jurisdiction over natural resources and their federal responsibilities under Canada's bankruptcy laws. We are mindful that this is not a black and white issue. No company should have a license to pollute or to walk away from its responsibilities under the cover of bankruptcy. On the other hand, we understand that a requirement to prioritize remediation ahead of repaying secured creditors could affect the willingness of banks and other creditors to lend, thereby making it more difficult to finance projects, create jobs, and drive economic growth. What's more, a requirement to remediate could affect the value of banks and creditor companies in which millions of Canadians have a stake through their mutual funds and various retirement investments. These challenges were reflected in two lower court rulings that held secured creditors should be paid before the company foots the bill for cleaning up its orphan wells. Monsieur le Président, it took a full year for the Supreme Court to deliver its ruling on the matter, and in the end, it too was divided by a count of 5-2, with Chief Justice Richard Wagner writing the majority decision to overturn the two lower court rulings.
While our government reviews this ruling, it's doing so with the conviction that economic prosperity and environmental protection must go hand in hand. Each makes the other possible. Our government understands the importance of the energy sector. That is why we have taken strong steps to support the competitiveness of our oil and gas sector and to strengthen its sustainability. We want to enable it to create the jobs that we need while protecting the environment that we hold dear. We will continue to collaborate with provinces in order to make sure that companies that are developing Canada's resources also have the necessary tools to intervene if ever there is an incident. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, very interesting that from the response I've received, Mr. Speaker, it appears that the government of the day supports the position taken by the courts of Alberta and two of the Supreme Court justices who seem to continue to decide that the bank should take priority over the public who have to take on the cost when facilities are abandoned. I note, Mr. Speaker, that the honourable member speaks of abandoned pipelines. Well, into the future, that is, of course, going to be a concern because at some point in time, we're going to have a lot of abandoned pipelines. But that is not the questions that I raised. I have a particular concern that I raised, and that is, as a result of this case, talking about the liability for facilities generally regulated at the provincial level, what is the federal government doing to look into facilities that are owned or regulated by the federal government? What are they doing to look into offshore wells? Or what are they doing to look into activities on federal lands or in Indian lands?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government has clearly stated that the environment and the economy must go hand in hand, period. Historically, Canadian insolvency laws have also aimed to keep that into account by striking a balance between environmental obligations and the ability of Canadian companies to restructure and preserve jobs while ensuring that creditors are treated fairly. The Supreme Court's ruling sheds new light on this issue. Our government must take time to review the court's ruling and assess its impact on Canada and Canada's population as well as our economy. In conclusion, we all want the same thing. We want a Canada that creates good jobs, and we want healthy and prosperous communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Van.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question that prompts this evening's adjournment debate was whether the government would enact a carbon tariff. And the context for this question is that the federal government has enacted a national price on carbon. One of the main concerns about a national carbon price is that it could prompt carbon-intensive industries to relocate to other countries that do not put a price on emissions. Mr. Speaker, that would increase global emissions while eliminating Canadian jobs. Adjusting our carbon pricing at the border with a carbon tariff on imports and a rebate on exports would safeguard Canadian jobs while ensuring that our carbon pricing actually helps to reduce global emissions. I think this concept of carbon border adjustments can be illustrated with the help of an example. Producing a ton of steel in China and shipping it here emits about 5 times as much carbon as manufacturing it at the Evraz mill in Regina. However, if we just put a price on Canadian emissions, that would tend to increase the price of Regina-made steel, creating an incentive for consumers to instead use dirtier steel from China. This would eliminate Canadian jobs and actually increase global emissions. By comparison, Mr. Speaker, if we had a national carbon price with a corresponding carbon tariff, it would increase the price of steel imports from China by more than it would increase the price of Regina-made steel. This would create an environmentally appropriate incentive for Canadians to buy local. So, Mr. Speaker, in a nutshell, that's what's being proposed with a carbon tariff. Now, Mr. Speaker, the government certainly, I think, recognizes that there is a challenge with competitiveness. And what the government has instead proposed, rather than adjusting carbon pricing at the border, is basically to rebate between 80 and 90% of carbon tax revenues directly to the large emitters. So the government is essentially on board with the idea of some sort of a rebate to large emitters. The government just wants to, base it on their output rather than on the amount that they export. But the government is prepared to undertake this huge cost, which will come at the expense of the consumer rebates that the government has proposed to try to make carbon pricing more palatable. What I feel the government is missing out on is the potential to collect its carbon price on the carbon content of imports from countries that don't price emissions. This carbon tariff would help to ensure a level playing field, as I've described, but it would also collect revenues to help offset the cost of whatever funds are rebated to industry, either through the government's existing output-based rebates or through an export rebate, as I've proposed. So, Mr. Speaker, by fully adjusting Canada's carbon price at the border, including a carbon tariff on imports, the government could help to protect Canadian jobs, help to reduce global emissions, and also collect more revenue to fund greater rebates to all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
The carbon pollution pricing system is not about raising revenues. It is about recognizing that pollution has a cost, empowering Canadians, and encouraging cleaner growth and a more sustainable future. That is why, for provinces that have not committed to pricing carbon pollution, the federal government will return the majority of direct proceeds from the regulatory charge on fuel in the form of climate action incentive payments directly to individuals and families in the province of origin. Climate action incentive payments enable the government to encourage lower greenhouse gas emissions without imposing a financial burden on households. In Saskatchewan, these payments are estimated to be worth $305 for individuals and $598 for a family of 4 in 2019, rising to $731 for individuals and $1,459 for a family of 4 by 2022. Additional top-up payments will be available to address the additional burden placed on individuals in small and rural communities. Additionally, a smaller portion of funds collected through the backstop in these 4 provinces will be used to fund programming to help small and medium-sized businesses, not-for-profit organizations, municipalities, universities, schools, and hospitals. And Indigenous recipients reduce their energy usage and greenhouse gas emissions while also saving on energy costs. Mr. Speaker, under the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act, the federal carbon pollution pricing system has 2 parts: a regulatory charge on fuel, a regulatory trading system for large industry called the Federal Output-Based Pricing System. The Federal Output-Based Pricing System is designed to ensure there's a price incentive for large industrial emitters to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions and spur innovation while maintaining competitiveness and protecting against carbon leakage. The Federal Output-Based Pricing System went into effect on January 1st, 2019 in Ontario, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and partially in Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan has proposed a pricing system for some of its industries based on an output-based performance standards approach. The federal OBPS will fill in the gaps in that province by covering the emission sources not covered by Saskatchewan's system, example, the electricity and natural gas transmission pipeline sectors. Mr. President.
Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary sung the praises of the government's climate action rebate, and I agree it makes sense to rebate money to households. And in fact, I'm putting forward a proposal for the government to deliver even bigger rebates. Mr. Speaker, I think, though, the fundamental issue that has not been addressed here is the question of imports versus Canadian-made products. Yes, the government has implemented this output-based pricing scheme to try to prevent Canadian industry from being displaced out of the country by the national carbon price. However, it hasn't done anything to ensure a level playing field between Canadian industry and products coming in from abroad, often from countries that don't price emissions. Does the Parliamentary Secretary not agree that a carbon tariff would be a way of addressing that problem?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And allow me to highlight other major initiatives undertaken by this government to combat climate change. In June 2017, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change launched the Low Carbon Economy Fund that includes $1.4 billion to help provinces and territories deliver on commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and promote clean growth. This funding was available to all provinces and territories that adopted the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change. Unfortunately, Saskatchewan chose to forego this potential funding and not adopt the Pan-Canadian Framework. In March 2018, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change launched the Low Carbon Economy Challenge, component of the Low Carbon Economy Fund that will provide over $500 million to provincial and territorial governments, as well as municipalities, businesses, not-for-profit organizations, and Indigenous communities and organizations to fund projects that will reduce emissions, create jobs, and fight climate change. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to all. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Merci beaucoup.